All right, call the May 21st agenda briefing to order. 9 o'clock, I'll call the meeting to order, and I'll have the invocation. Ms. Barber's got the pledge, approval of last meeting's minutes. Is any adjustments yet?
No, sir.
We're going to special presentations, proclamation, EMS Proclamation Week, and Dave will be here to present that. Then we have the Juvenile Prevention Council funding plan by Chairman Justin Pittman, and we can act on that after that presentation. Number 5, Eric Ostendorf from Seymour Home Away from Home will be here to do a presentation. And number 6, Ashley Carnegie will be here with Rebuilding Broken Lives to make a presentation. And then the presentation of the community survey data by Public Affairs Director Joe Gilley in Civic Plus. Then unfinished business discussion on our revised Wayne County personnel policy, and I guess, do we want to go over that now, or?
We'll go over it in the meeting.
In the meeting, okay.
We can, if you got questions now, I mean. But
Anybody got any questions for Sarah if she's in the room?
I'm good. I've gotten all my questions answered.
All right, anybody else?
I'm fine.
All right, so we're going to consent agenda and budget amendments, so Angie.
Good morning.
Warren.
Budget amendment number 494 is for services on aging. This is to appropriate donated funds that they have received in the amount of $1,339.65.
Hold on just a minute. Can you put that up on the screen, the big screen? Well, just so everybody can see it as far as the public.
Yes, sir.
Oh, come on.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I just reviewed number 494 to appropriate donations for services on aging. So the next one is number 497. This is to appropriate additional funds received from fines and forfeitures in the amount of $128,750.14.
Do those go into the schools?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Budget amendment number 498. This is to realign funds needed to cover medical examiner invoices that have been received in the amount of $17,370. Budget amendment number 499 is from facilities. This is to reallocate $40,000 from the fuel oil line item to the water line item to cover them through the end of the year. Budget amendment number 501.
Clarify that, that's water and sewer, correct?
That is water and sewer, yes, sir. Number 501 is to reallocate funds that were budgeted in capital outlay of $40,625 to grant expenditures. This was funds received for HMGP for 19 properties that withdrew from the FEMA buyout program.
Must
Budget,
have been some cheap properties, there were 19 of them for $40,000. Okay, thank you.
budget amendment number 503 is for services on aging. This is to realign ARP funds. This is their ARP funds, not our finance ARP funds, but to reappropriate those in order for them to repave their parking lot.
And those funds got to be spent by June 30th of this year?
Yes, sir.
They're going to hurry up and do that then, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Budget amendment number 505 is from the library. This is to anticipate additional funds that they have received from LSTA for their Learning Studio Outreach Library project for the Boys and Girls Club for $10,000. Number 506 is from the Health Department. This is to realign the family planning and WIC budget to allow for additional charges to their language line item. Number 508 is from Social Services. This is to realign their budget to cover temporary help services for language service, and this is reimbursed at a rate of 50 to 75% from the state. Number 509 is from EMS. This is to reallocate funds from their salaries and wages line item to cover their overtime in the amount of $71,996.56 to cover them through the end of the year. And finally, number 511, as we approach the end of the year, we're evaluating our salary and wages line items and fringes to make sure we have enough funds to cover it. So we are reallocating our expenditures to cover the salary line items in these funds and departments. This is no additional funds in the budget. This is just reallocating them. And that is all that I have.
The budget amendment for hazard mitigation grant properties was just for professional services related to
okay.
purchases of those.
So it wasn't properties, actually.
Surveying, legal fees, and appraisals.
Thanks for the explanation.
Yes,
I thought those were mighty cheap properties.
All right, then, number 10 on consent agenda will be the resolution of authorizing Wilson Pyro to discharge pyrotechnics in the town of Pikeville near Dees Memorial Park on June 29th of 2024. Then number 11 will be motion to approve the budget amendment we just went over, the Peggy M. Seegers repaving contract. Number 12 will be the motion to approve the recommendation of award letter to for the perimeter fencing project at Wayne Exec Jetport to Fence Builders Incorporated for a contract amount of $3.325417, $3,019,500 in DOT grants, and a $335,500 10% local match funding and appropriate budget amendment. Number 13 would be the motion to approve the addition of Hampshire Place to the state maintenance system as requested by NCDOT. Are there anybody got any questions over the ones I went over so far after the budget amendments? All right, then, sir.
Nope, good
All
to
right,
go.
then we'll go to new business. Presentation of our illustrious county manager's recommended budget 24-25, and a motion to establish a public hearing on June 4th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in Wayne County Courthouse Annex at 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina, at which time all citizens have the right to appear and give oral or written comments pertaining thereto. The public may view the hearing own, our YouTube channel, and I guess, well, I'll state it's YouTube channel at Wayne County Government. That is the only new business we have. Then we'll go to the county manager's report. And then number 15 will be a video presentation by the Wayne County Public Affairs Department. Then we'll go to Board of Commissioners Committee reports. And we have closed session.
Yes, sir.
After that, we have a budget work session and then adjournment. Unless we don't finish our budget work session, and then we'll recess until tomorrow, but I'm not planning on recessing. Hope not anyway. Back to closed session. We got time to go in closed session now, so.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's for the purpose of?
Consulting with your attorneys to preserve attorney-client privilege.
All right, all in favor, please vote.
Let me make a motion that we do that.
Yeah, please make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we go to closed session.
All right. The vote come up really quick, so.
No, it didn't. Do a quick refresh. I vote yes anyhow, Chairman.
Yep,
All right, thank you.
we already,
The vote come up before I could, It come up on his like that. Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll start back at, 9:08. All right, I'll call our May 21st Wayne County Commissioners meeting to order. If you will, please bow at the invocation. Dear Lord, we thank you for bringing us all together this morning. We ask that you give us as leaders the wisdom to make the best decisions that will affect our citizens in the coming year. We ask that you keep our military family here at Seymour that's in harm's way. You keep them safe because they are they're between peace and evil, and only your hand can keep them safe. We ask this in your name. Amen. Amen. Commissioner Barbara Aycock has
Please stand for pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank y'all. And if we have to vacate the building, middle room to my right, I'll go with me. Middle room to the left, I'll go with Carol. And then Chip and I will sweep the floor. If you have a medical emergency, how many medical people we have in the building? We got about 2 per person, so if you'd see one, just see one of those. All right, I'll entertain a motion for approval of May 7th minutes.
So move.
Have a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote by raising your right hand. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries unanimous. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
No, sir.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
would ask that you remove item 12 for individual action.
Okay. So that will be put up under new business, is that correct?
Would it be new or unfinished?
I think it's unfinished.
It would go to unfinished.
Unfinished business, okay. So that'll be, number 9 is unfinished. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the adjusted agenda.
So moved.
All in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimous. All right, special presentations, and I'll reiterate, you have 6 to 10 minutes. We have several today. The first one is the 2024 EMS Week Proclamation presented by our EMS Director, Dave Cuddeback.
Commissioner Gurley, if I may opt for the 10-minute duration, please.
I'm sure.
I know that's hard to believe. If I can get you all to come on up, please. Morning, everybody. Thank you all for your time and your dedication to public safety in Wayne County. I would like to read the proclamation with the remaining time. I would like to introduce and highlight some of the people, handful of people that make all of this happen.
Hold this minute. Y'all slide this way a little bit so she can get in. You can. Okay, got it. We're good.
And I don't know why those of you are in the back, because that's all you all do. So come on up here to the front. That's everybody. Okay? If your department head asked you to be here today, please come forward. Anytime we buy a piece of equipment, whether it's an AED or it's an ambulance, we always try to get the team together that's selling us that device. And it's very important that they hear us tell them that when we respond to a 6-year-old in cardiac arrest, and that happens far too frequently in our county than it should, that their device and the energy and the time that they put into that device is going to help us to work a resuscitation on that child and hopefully bring them back to their family. If we buy an ambulance, it's the same exact thing. And what we find out with a lot of these companies is that's the first time that they've ever heard anything like that. We have 106 first responders in our agency that are going to respond to 911 activations. But the truth of the matter is there's hundreds and there's actually thousands of people behind the scenes that provide us our equipment, keep our equipment maintained, keep our stations maintained. And if it wasn't for them, then we would never be able to respond to that 6-year-old in cardiac arrest. So I appreciate everyone's time today, but this is an opportunity for you to see some of those faces and hear a little bit about them. 2024 EMS Week Proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of Wayne County Emergency Medical Services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill the gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, law enforcement, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical services provided by designating Emergency Medical Services Week in Wayne County. Now therefore, the Wayne County Board of Commissioners, in recognition of the 50th anniversary of EMS Week, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2024, as Emergency Medical Services Week, with the theme, Honoring Our Past, Forging Our Future. We encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And for my remaining 5 minutes, if we could just take a couple minutes for everybody to introduce themselves with the department that they represent, because these are, along with our 106 providers, these are the people that make it happen in our county.
I'm Patricia Ruffin. I'm with Facilities Service, and I'm a housekeeper at the Jeffers Building.
James Donovan, recently retired from the military, and I'm working on a Medic 12 right now.
Kira Ashford. I'm a EMT and also a paramedic student.
Celia Anderson, Administrative Assistant for EMS.
Alex Westbrook, Paramedic, EMS.
John Robinson, EMT. Garrett Powers, Paramedic with EMS.
Taylor Grantham, paramedic.
Kennedy, Wayne County Fleet.
Nathan Jensen.
Alex Aycock, Worley, Facility Service Maintenance Technician.
Ashley Davis, Facility Service Maintenance Tech.
Oscar Espinosa, Wayne County, maintenance plumber.
Antonio Avila, Facilities, Heater and Air Conditioner Repairs.
I'll entertain a motion for approval of 2024 EMS Week proclamation. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Thank you. We appreciate you, your staff, and everybody that makes Wayne County work, because that's is what you just said. It takes everybody to make it work. It's not a one-man show. It's not a one-department show. And if the other ones don't do their job, we can't do ours, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else got anything to say?
Same thing. Thank you,
Yep.
Dave, and your staff and everybody that works to help keep everything going. Thank you so much. Means a lot to somebody that needs it.
Thank y'all.
Yep.
Y'all have
Thank
a
y'all.
great day.
But all of you don't leave now. We need one. I'm just messing.
He's 6 foot.
We're not over? Sure you're not over 6 foot?
Maybe 6 foot.
Okay, moving on to number 4, the presentation of the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council 24-25 funding plan by JCPC Chairman, Mr. Dustin Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Commissioners. Going to be a different presentation than in years past. I'm not here to scare you this year too much. I'm not here to lay out a bunch of statistics. I'll tell you that looking at the data across the state, one of the things that I've highlighted to you every year is that our data has been significantly more, I guess, bad than the rest of the state. What we're seeing now is that the state data is actually catching up to Wayne County. So I think that means it's probably more of a data issue than it is actually us being that significantly ahead. You do have our funding plan in your materials today. You will note that we did go down one organization that we're funding this year. I did want to explain that to you. Last year, we had 4 groups that received funding from the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. That 4th group was Pastor Alexander's MPI project for a Family Matters component, which was a parent and family skill building program to work with the parents of justice-involved youth. That program is not going away by any means. It has been elevated at the state level and has received significant funding from the Division of Juvenile Justice on what we call our Level 2 process. And so that way, we didn't have to allocate county funds for that program. They were able to allocate that out of the state, and so we were able to spend and spread more money around to our existing programs. So happy to answer any questions you have about this funding plan or anything else juvenile crime related, but I thank you for your time.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Pittman?
In your budget, have you got your funding for your summer program?
The funding for next year's summer program will be absolutely included, it is absolutely part of this. This budget would kick off July 1, and so that, the way the money allocated and time spent, but yes, Structure Day will have their summer program out of this budget for next year, yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move adoption.
All in favor, Representative, well, all in favor, please vote electronically since it's working. Dustin, you don't get enough accolades for what you do. We appreciate it. The children, appreciate, it's one of the, it's not a glamorous, job, but it's a needed job, and we appreciate your dedication to it. So just want to tell you thank you.
Yes. Thank you, and I'm happy to serve this board in this county.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
All the votes go through? Okay. All right, moving on to number 5, presentation by Eric Ostendorf of Seymour Home Away from Home.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, everybody, for giving me the time. My name is Eric Ostendorf. I'm the executive director of a new nonprofit called Seymour Home Away from Home.
I'm gonna let you drive this.
Oh, thank you.
You're so
All right.
welcome.
What we are is a local nonprofit that connects volunteer host families here in our community with first-term airmen, the young people stationed on Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. It's a reinvention of that old Adopt an Airman program some of you may be familiar with. Our hope is that now that this has Air Force-wide, is an Air Force-wide initiative and has that kind of focus, that we can build something that a little longer lasting than some of the previous programs have been. We kind of see it as a way to fill that emotional void for young people who are away from home for the first time, perhaps a generation that's very reliant on the device in their hand versus human interaction. The idea being to get them out of the dormitories on base and out in the community, working with some of our other nonprofits. There are some families, I'm sure, that volunteer with other charities in town that would love to include some young folks interested in volunteering. And of course, give them a place to spend their holidays if they can't afford to go back home. It started in the Air Force Academy. They had a cadet sponsorship program, wildly successful. Tinker Air Force Base modeled their program after it, except they did it the way we're doing it here. A group of citizens, and we've set up a nonprofit. So instead of having it run by government employees on base, which is kind of at the mercy of the budget, it's being run by volunteers in the community, hoping that that makes it a little bit longer lasting. There was a suicide stand down 2019, 2020, where this kind of had some highlighted at the Air Force level as a way as a mental resiliency program. And that's kind of how it kicked off after COVID, where they want this kind of program at every base. And here at Wayne County, we decided to get on the ground floor. We're one of the first beta testing programs in the country. And if all goes well, they'll use programs like ours and the one at Tinker as a template to repeat at every Air Force installation. We have 3 things we'd like to do. I've already talked about the host family. We also have social events where we get those families and those airmen together. And of course, life skill programs, things like financial literacy for those airmen. I became involved just because I retired last year and I needed something to do. So I did 35 years in the Air Force, flying the F-111 and the F-15E. And upon retirement, folks I knew on base and folks in the community approached me about standing this up. We've got a 5-person board. We've got ourselves our seed money. We've got a criminal background check vendor who will be vetting the host families before the Air Force will, allow them to be part of the program. And we have our first 6 applicants in our pipeline right now. So hopefully, in short order, I'll have some success stories to share with you. But I did want to ask you for 3 things from those here in the room and those listening to the presentation. Any advice you might want to share with me, my point of contact will obviously be part of today's agenda. Any advertising, just word of mouth. The fact that I have everyone in this room hearing a little bit about it, maybe talking about it with friends and family, that helps to get the word out that this program is standing up. And of course, while you might not be someone willing to be a host family, perhaps you know someone who would fit the bill. And I'd love that help making that connection and sending people to our website and my email to let me know they're interested. Perfect Host Family is just someone who lives in Wayne County that's involved in the community, and it's just going to do whatever they normally do on their weekends, except once a month, include 1 or 2 airmen in your plans. That's all we ask of our host families. So I appreciate everyone giving me the time today. I've got time for questions, or my contact info obviously will be with Ms. Bowen.
Thanks, sir. Has anybody got any questions or comments?
No, but thank you for this program.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to number 6, presentation by Ashley Carnegie with Rebuilding Broken Lives.
I just spoke with Miss Ashley. She said she didn't know that she was on the agenda, and so she's not going to be here.
Okay. We'll move on to number 7, presentation of the April 2024 Community Service Data by Public Affairs Director Joe Gilley and Civic Plus.
And Civics Plus?
It's just me today. Civic Plus did do a whole lot of work on this presentation, and so I want to thank the staff there that helped us out. The really cool thing about this survey, as you can see on the title slide, is it's really a consultative survey. So pretty much anybody can do a survey online, but it's that consultation behind the scenes, really analyzing the data that Civic Plus provided, which is pretty cool. You guys all have this presentation in front of you, but just to kind of go over the methodology, how many respondents we got, this first survey was really just a baseline read on where we are in the county. Questions were not anything too specific about policies or anything like that. It was just where are we at. We had 458 respondents, which actually beat our target. We needed 383 to have a quality sample for our size county. And so we surpassed that. You can see the demographics there on who answered it. We did lean a little bit more female in the survey. There was a certain percentage that didn't answer that question. So they could have been male or they could have just not wanted to say, and that's fine. We conducted this survey 100% online. We had a lot of partners that helped us get the word out, like the Chamber, the United Way. We had signage up, Health Department, library here in the courthouse. We also did email outreach and social media outreach to make sure that we could get it out as many places as possible. We asked a lot of questions about departments and what departments people use, how satisfied they were. These are probably not a surprise. The library, 92% satisfaction with the library, 90% with the senior center. We had a lot of really good comments. People love the senior center, which I think we probably all already knew. And 911 were our 3 highest scoring departments as far as satisfaction and customer service. Breaking down a little bit of the data, because I think it's pretty interesting. The library, 55% of those that answered have a library card. And so what's really cool about all this data is we're going to take this data back now and say, okay, we've got 55% that have a library card. Why are we not higher than that, right? So how can we get the word out about these services that we have to offer? How can we do better? 35% of those have attended classes, but you can see that out of those people that attended classes, the satisfaction is like really high, 100% on a lot of them, 92% on adult classes. And so really good data there on the library and extracurricular activities that take place at the library. Satisfaction with employees, 75% are satisfied with staff interactions, which is a really high number.
And even when you break that data down a little bit more, 16% are somewhat satisfied. So they're still satisfied. They're not unhappy with their interaction, but we're only counting the top two, the extremely and very, as that 75%, because that's where we strive to be. Our top three issues for people in the community, probably no surprise, crime, education, and economic development were three of the top issues. Economic development surprised me just a little bit. I'm glad that residents are concerned about that. I think we're doing a really good job with economic development, but I was kind of surprised to see that on the top three issue list there.
Joe.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I'll ask you a question. Do you think that most people that answer this know what services and people are actually working for the county? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I mean, you could come to the courthouse and you think, oh, they're county employees, but they're not. You know what I mean? So
that is a great question, and it's one thing that came up in the data is, it's what's been really cool about the data is we can dive deeper into it and see, and we have learned, and in some of our stuff that we've received, I didn't put it in this presentation, but we've gotten some ideas from Civic Plus on, hey, here's some outreach you guys may want to start doing. One thing that is kind of confusing to people is what's the city versus the county, and the same way versus courts versus county. And so we're going to start ramping up a lot of that. Here's what we do. You know, we know what we do, and even in communications, we sit there and think that everybody else knows the differences in city and county, and they don't, and it's not their fault. We've got to do a better job of telling that story. And that showed in the data. We had some verbatim responses in the sections where people could answer with just whatever they wanted to say. People bringing up issues that were city issues versus county issues. And so we definitely have identified some spaces where we're going to do a better job of identifying what we do versus what other jurisdictions are. So great question though, because that did come up. This was really cool for us. 88% of people think that it's easy to use and navigate our website. Our website scored really high on where people find information about the county. That's not where I want to see it. I want to see it higher than that. So we're going to keep working to make sure that we have all the pertinent information that we need to put on the website, whether that's updating departments, keeping, you know, our latest news updated, things of that nature. We're going to make sure that we're doing a better job with that, because 88% is great, but we can always get higher. This is a question that we asked: how do people feel about Wayne County? And good news for y'all, the majority of people trust you guys. We did learn a lot of information on, and this is again where that consultative survey stuff comes in. We found that even though we do put out a lot of information, people still want more, and that of course leads to transparency in government, and that's, you know, what we're striving for. But the really cool thing about the survey is we can go into that data and do a deeper dive and say, if people feel that they're not getting enough information from us, where are they getting their news from? What agencies are they getting their news from? So that maybe we can advertise in those platforms. So it helps us steer our decisions a whole lot in communications to be able to increase that trust, increase people, you know, having confidence in their leaders. One of the really cool things that Civic Plus was blown away with is that out of those 458, we had 129 people that said, I'm willing to do a focus group. You guys can bring me in and talk to me. Again, this survey was completely anonymous. You didn't have to give us any identifying information. But if you wanted to be a part of a focus group, we did ask for your information so we can contact you. And so that showed that, you know, there are a lot of people that are interested in being a part of the conversation, in holding focus groups. And one thing that we discussed with Civic Plus, you know, is, you know, sometimes we have trouble filling spots on boards and commissions and stuff like that. There are people that are clearly interested in being a part and having their voice heard. And so that was a really cool piece of data that even Civic Plus was like, we never see people that are that interested in being a part of a focus group after a survey like that. And so I believe that's my last slide. So that's kind of a quick little overview of our survey data. We will have more stuff coming out that I'll send to the full board as we get it back. This was kind of just a quick little overview. We're starting to get a lot of that data back, and we've had a few calls with them on things that we can start working on and focusing on, and hopefully increasing that satisfaction some and their trust in their local government. So, any questions for me?
Love it.
Oh, good job.
All right,
I got one question.
Yeah,
Does your library card expire?
I don't believe so.
Well, I still got mine.
You're good then. Did you take the survey though? Were you part of that 55%?
I actually were, yeah, but I don't think I answered that. See, it's a little higher. Anybody got anything else for Joe?
No, just
Well,
appreciate it.
I'm gonna toot this horn a little bit, him and Trent. And I do this every time they come, but he don't come up here much. He's back here in the back. But, we're blessed. They are very, very, very talented with what they do. You can stand up here and listen to him. He's a very good public speaker. He's out in front a lot of times that we have emergencies. And, but the videos that they have done, just like the farm, table, deal we had that we weren't able to watch at the, hub, but it was online. That was outstanding.
I have to give Trent a lot of that credit. He's the mastermind a lot of times behind the camera, but
Well, it's
we've got a great team.
It's a team effort, and we appreciate,
We're happy
blessed
to
to have
serve.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also want to thank you in regard to the Christmas video. It was a wonderful video.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, next year you got to get these guys in it.
These. It's we, not these.
Well, I still got elected.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll go on to unfinished business. And the first on the list is discussion of the possible action of revised Wayne County personnel policy. Ms. Sarah Lawson. Good morning.
It's really hard to follow up Joel because he is such a good public speaker.
Sorry.
I get a little nervous when I'm up here sometimes. But just to kind of remind you, over a year ago, we started the discussion of consolidating the DSS and Health Department. That kind of triggered a audit for our personnel policy, which brought up a whole lot of issues as we were really kind of, instead of looking at it as a piece by piece, we kind of looked at it as a whole and just realized there was a whole lot that needed to be done to it. So over the last year, I've spent doing research, consulting with multiple state consultants and our own legal team and Ginger and Chip to kind of make it more comprehensive, make it a little bit more modern, bring the verbiage up to date. And that's what you have in front of you today. So like I said before, the verbiage is complete. The formatting is not complete. I did not want to go into those weeds until you guys approved the verbiage. Basically at this time, I have updated, anything that had to do with state or federal law, benefits verbiage, the merit policy, which was required to be in there, and then just the general readability of it. And that's it. I mean, if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them. I have everything right here, so.
Anybody got any questions for Sarah on the personnel revisions?
It was a very good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
make a motion that we approve the revised Wayne County personnel policy.
All right, have a motion on the floor. Vote electronically if it comes up, please. You probably had to refresh, well, if not, raise your right hand.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can
I
make a
got,
comment.
I voted on mine.
Oh.
Did it come up? Okay.
Okay.
We're good. Do what now?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I know this was a labor of love. It took a long time to go through all of this and have an up-to-date policy. And that said, I do want to point out by my reviewing that policy, I think our county employees need to make sure they are aware of those benefits that are available to you all. It is a very good benefit package, and I appreciate your work on it.
Thank you. It should be available, hopefully by the 1st.
Great.
Thank you. All right, next on our unfinished business is number 12, that was pulled from the consent agenda. Motion to approve the recommendation of award letter for the perimeter fence project for the Wayne Executive Jetport to Fence Builders Incorporated for a contract amount of $3,325,417, of which $3,019,500 is the NCDOT grant funds and a $335,500, which is a 10% local match funding and appropriate, with an appropriate budget amendment. Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
All right, have any discussion? All in favor, please vote.
I didn't show up.
Mine did this time.
Mine didn't.
Raise your right hand if you.
refresh.
Are you good? Okay. All right, motion passed. Entertain a motion for the adjusted consent agenda.
Move
Entertain
approval of the consent agenda.
adjusted consent agenda.
Adjusted.
Yep.
So moved.
So all in favor, please vote, or please vote.
I did.
I didn't come up.
Just raise your right hand. Right there, you go. All right. All righty, let's see. All right, new business. This will be the presentation of our illustrious county manager's recommended budget for 24-25, and the motion to establish a public hearing on June 4, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in the Wayne County Courthouse Annex, 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina, at which time all citizens have the right to appear and give oral or written comments pertaining thereto. Public may view this hearing on your YouTube channel as the Wayne County Government. Mr. Crumpler. You're
Okay.
the man of the hour.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and thank you for hiring me to be the manager. It's second year in on this budget presentation, being in charge of it, but my ninth year being involved with creating a budget, and we have a great team here. Of course, this is my presentation of my recommended budget for 24-25. Can you get that into display mode? Okay, never mind. I'll do it. Should say our agencies and departments. This is the budget book. I need my presentation. PowerPoint presentation.
This is all I've been sent. Who has that?
It was, see, technical difficulties. Just a minute.
How about singing for us while we're waiting?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
You know, you'd rather hear the budget than hear me sing, I can tell you that. No problem. Slight delay.
Are we getting hard copies of the budget?
Yeah, right over
Yes.
here.
Our copies are all provided today. Absolutely. And you'll have access to an electronic copy as well. If you want to take a recess for a few minutes, that'd be fine, Chairman.
We're still working on it?
Yeah, just take a 5-minute recess.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute
Thank you.
recess. All right, we're back in session, Mr. Crumper.
Righty. Closed, you're handed out your budgets, and closed for your consideration is your proposed 24-25 budget for Wayne County. It identifies the revenues and expenditures necessary to maintain and improve the present level of county services. As this county has continued to recover and emerge from the COVID pandemic, it has continued to improve its financial outlook concerning operations and capital expenditures. This fiscal year, the county has progressed and moved forward with finalizing projects started in the prior year, including expanding the Kerry Winters Detention Center, Combined Health and Human Services Building, the Northern Wayne County Library, acquisition and improvements to the Highway 117 campus, construction of 2 shell buildings, construction of an Ivy Road economic incentive project in Park East, construction of the Goldsboro industrial campus, and construction of a new Fremont Elementary School. County began improvements on the property adjacent to the new Combined Health and Human Services Building for future county office spaces. Also, an acquisition of a final non-county owned hangar at the Wayne County Executive Jetport was completed. A new peak time EMS shift was added to Station 6 to better serve the population at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. And additionally, $1.42 million of unbudgeted dollars of funding was appropriated for the site building on Wayne Community College's campus. County continued to invest in the employees by performing a salary study of 1/3 of our county departments to maintain the market rate. Salary adjustments are included in this proposal and budgeted for implementation for the last half of the fiscal year. The proposed budget also includes a 2% cost of living increase. The annual budget is one of the most important policy decisions that elected officials of this county make each year. It helps determine staffing levels, equipment and supply needs, prioritizes services the county can afford to provide, and which major capital projects to fund. It serves as an accounting tool and ensures the state statute appropriation limits have not been exceeded. Additionally, the budget serves as a management aid our staff can use to analyze the proper mix and level of revenue sources. We go to our PowerPoint on the screen. Our budget total for our general fund was $226,409,927. The budget, including all funds, was a total of $257,444,344. I'm proposing a tax rate increase of 2.5 cents, which would take our tax rate from 0.7675, which would put our tax rate at 0.7675 per $100 of valuation. This revenue assumes a growth of 1.8% from last year in the ad valorem tax collections, a projections of 4.75% increase in registered motor vehicle tax collections, a 10% increase in sewer fees, and also included was reviewing all departmental salaries on a 3-year rotation. Fiscal year 24-25 represents the second budget year of that rotation schedule that this board approved. A 3% increase in county's portion of the medical insurance premiums with no plan changes, and assumes the premiums and workers' compensation fund will remain at $696 per person per year. Also appropriating $4.6 million from general fund unassigned fund balance to balance this proposed budget. The appropriation provides funding for capital improvement projects totaling $3.6 million. Cost of living, COLAs, and salary study increases, a balancing procedure using a portion of planned lapse salaries for the year. The North Carolina General Assembly's 2021 session established a public school building repair and renovation fund to help counties address public school building repair and renovation needs. Lottery revenue is distributed approximately 4 times each year, and the amount distributed to the county to date is $1,117,403. increased support of schools in this general operating budget by current expense by $987,665. That's an increase in support of schools. A $116,355 increase to our school resource officer budget, not otherwise covered by state grant funds. In our capital improvements plan, we have prepared an updated capital improvements plan, which proposes the capital outlay needs for the county for the next 5 years. First year contains capital items in 24-25 budget, which is approximately $3.6 million from unassigned fund balance. Davenport presented this information during the May 7th, 2024 Board of Commissioners regular meeting. Fee increases and fire tax increases. Proposed new revenue increases for the following services. Increases in our sewer system fees to reflect the rates that are proposed by Goldsboro for treatment, our CAD user fees, library makerspace fees, planning and GIS fees for maps, farmers market fees, and solid waste tipping fees. There have been 6 requested increases in volunteer fire department tax rate. Rosewood is requesting to go from 0.0552 to 0.070 cent. Indian Springs requests 0.06 cent to 0.08 cent. Seven Springs from 0.04 cent to 0.065 cent. Marmac from 0.060 to 0.080 cent. And Nahunta from 7 cent to 8 cent, and New Hope from 0.075 cent to 8 cent.
Mr. Grantham didn't recommend the increase?
No, sir.
Another question, Mr. Crumpler, on the increases from the fire department, which I'm for, is, like Rosewood, has that been infected at 0.0552 for many years, or how long have they been infecting
I would
these previous
think
rates?
that probably, not for fact, but based on the looks of that number, that was probably when the, revenue neutral number that, how many years ago?
That's been back when Lee Smith was here.
Lee Smith,
Lee
fire
Smith,
ran.
yeah.
It's probably been 10+ years.
Well, it just helps for the, people to realize this.
Oh, yes.
And before we,
Dudley
and before,
either?
Dudley did not request. These are the only ones that submitted requests.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
and before we vote on this, we're gonna have some discussion on this particular item.
Remember, this is my presentation. Once it's
Yeah.
presented to you, then you can adopt, adjust, modify the budget. It becomes a commissioner's budget. Then this is simply staff and the manager's recommendations to you.
And when these fire departments send in this request, they have to also send in a justification on why they need it, and that's, I've got an issue with a couple, so we'll discuss this before we actually vote on the budget.
Okay. Surrounding counties' tax rates for 23 for last year. Some of these are currently undergoing a reval. A couple of them are, but for 23-24, Wilson was 0.73 cent. Johnston, which had just gone through a reval, was 0.69 cent. Lenore was 0.845 and a half. Green was 0.786, Duplin 0.735, and Sampson at 0.825. County employees. A 3% increase in county paid portion of the employee health insurance with no plan changes. That was a modest increase. We were tickled to see that. That's only $287,000 impact. A 1.04% mandated increase in local government retirement employer contribution from 12.61% to 13.65%. That was an increase of $539,120 over the previous year. Law enforcement retirement mandated increase from 14.04% to 15.04%. The 24-25 LEO retirement projected increase was about $179,152 over the previous year. And the Sheriff's Office Plan A funding with fringes for 1.5 years of $162,000, which was adopted last year.
Could you back up on that slide?
Yes, sir.
sorry, I was reading it. On this mandated local government retirement contribution increase, that's costing the county $539,000 in the upcoming budget.
Correct. Additional, yeah, over the previous year.
And 179 on the law enforcement mandated increase.
Correct.
Now, the sheriff's office Plant A funding,
That was pay increases that were implemented a half year. This is the second half of that implementation, and it'd be a half year funding on that, which would be a 162. That was approved in last year's budget.
I'm gonna say, just on that screen there, I see a penny
Yes, sir.
in increases,
Absolutely.
just in that screen.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Position changes. 6 new full-time employee positions, EMS shift supervisor that is needed. Human resources, we took the wellness nurse and replaced the UNC Wayne contract, which saved us about $18,000 a year in that cost for making her an employee. We took a tax appraiser from part-time to full-time. And in DSS, with the increased expansion of Medicaid, we, there's lots of positions there needed, but we did grant 3 full-time positions, 2 income maintenance caseworker 2s, and 1 income maintenance supervisor. We did have a reduction of 16 Wayne County Detention Center positions. This reduction results from the opening of the new, more efficiently staffed facility. Salary with fringes. Employee salary increases, new positions and fringes. General fund is $1,192,473. This will be a half year's implementation. The EMS will be $84,087. That was a new position. The human resources will be $135,010. DSS, you're looking at $237,607. That's reimbursed between 50 to 75%. Tax office, approximately $46,338. Pay study for half a year is $399,586. And your COLA, 2% COLA across for all employees would be $647,063 for a total of $2,742,164. Major expenditure changes from the current fiscal 23-24 budget. We did increase funding to Wayne Community College transfer by current expense by $200,000. We proposed transition of the sewer fund from an enterprise fund to a general fund. A slight decrease in debt service payments based on a repayment schedule as presented by Davenport. And EMS voluntary subscription plan allowing permanent residents of Wayne County households to receive relief of any direct cost of EMS services not paid by an insurance company. Coverage begins following the receipt of payment and ends on the June 30th date.
So this will be from July 1st to June 30th.
Correct.
And it'll be, we could,
A voluntary subscription service.
we could read a thing every year, okay? And that allows, can you expand on that, or is that something that Dave can expand on as far as what it entails, or do we need to do that at a different time?
We'll do that at a different time. I'd be glad to have a presentation specifically on that item. Because I think it's going to be a value to our citizens and a source of revenue here, and
absolutely,
I think it'll be kind of modernizing and bringing in another revenue source for EMS.
A lot of counties are already doing that.
Yes, sir. ARPA projects, American Rescue Plan funds were used for allowable capital projects from our CIP, relieving us of those debts. Using those funds, we were able to purchase X-Series advanced monitors and defibrillators, $503,752. Automated external defibrillators, AEDs, 20 of them at $37,379. Lucas chest compression devices, 16 of those at $282,772. We were able to put a generator at EMS Station 8, $10,185. Asphalt redone at EMS Station 5 and 8 for $55,600. We epoxied all the floors with safety epoxy and markings in all our EMS stations at a cost of $70,000. 911 pulse point was $25,860. Jetport stormwater project was $919,000. And then you had an ambulance replacement at $206,250. Wayne County received $10 million in revenue loss funds and $13,916,753 in non-revenue loss funds. All $23,916,753 in funding has been allocated to eligible projects ahead of the December 31st, 2024 deadline. Funds are required to be spent by December 2026. Items that did not make the budget. Lots of new positions. 5 requests in HR did not make it. 7 EMS requests did not make it. 1 in fleet did not make it. 3 in public health did not make it. 2 in IT did not make it. 1 in the library did not make it. 1 in the register of deeds did not make it. 2 in facilities did not make it. 1 in board of elections did not make it. Other requests. Stipend uniform increases did not pass. All salary increases outside of the study not recommended. That's 819,482 requests for salary increases. We simply stuck to the adopted plan by the county commissioners 2 years ago to address 1/3 of the departments, each of those departments being addressed every 3rd year. Or recommended we didn't go anywhere outside of it. We made a clear decision on that.
But everybody's getting a 2%.
Yes, sir. Next steps. Copies of the proposed budget will be filed in the county's clerk's office today. Public hearing on the proposed budget will be scheduled for June 4th. Budget adoption by June 30th. Work session scheduled to be followed this meeting for however many days you need. Final budget needs to be approved anytime before July 1. Before I close, I'd like to go back to my budget letter, budget message, and conclusion. Read. This budget provides the means to maintain sound financial practice while also meeting the capital needs to keep the county moving forward. The citizens and Board of Commissioners of Wayne County expect and demand a level of service, and this budget will help us meet these expectations. I believe this budget also addresses the major goals and objectives agreed to at the Board of Commissioners budget retreat at the Maxwell Center in February of 2024. We've had a great start on our priority list since February, and we have completed many items, but still much to do, and this budget will address many of those issues. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the numerous hours of staff time that have gone into preparing this budget. I want to thank Assistant Finance Director Ann Kelly Moore, Assistant County Manager Ginger Moore, Finance Director Angie Boswell, Human Resources Director Sarah Larson, and IT Director Giorgio Christev. Copies of the proposed budget will be filed in the clerk's office again on May 21st. The public hearing on the budget is scheduled for June 4th. Adoption anytime after the public hearing between now and June 30th. Additional work sessions may be scheduled as you desire, Mr. Chairman. The budget will go into effect on July 1, 2024, subject to any changes that the board might make to its adoption. Again, thank you for your opportunity to submit this budget on behalf of our staff. And we have faced many challenges as a community over the years. Wayne County has much to be proud of. You should be very proud of this staff, and I know that I am, and I feel very humbled to be part of this team. Respectfully submitted, Chip Crumpler, County Manager.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to establish a public hearing on June 4th at 9:30 in the Commission Meeting Room, Wayne County Courthouse, 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina, at which time all citizens will have the right to appear and give oral or written comments pertaining to thereof.
So moved.
All right, all in favor? Probably gonna have to raise your right hand because your things probably went to sleep. Raise your right hand, all in favor? Thank you.
Carol, would it be possible to get Chip's presentation added to Civitas?
Yes, sir, or I'll just send it to you.
Okay, send it to me then.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I suppose, my comments of this, and I have not looked at the budget yet, but the presentation that was just made, I don't know how you guys did it. We are facing one of the most critical times of inflation that I have ever seen or experienced. Some say that it is 3% annually, and we all know that when we go to the grocery store, the gas station, or whatever, it's definitely more than that. In fact, some state that it's over 10% inflation. For you to be able to put a budget together that was lean and mean, and to have only a 3% increase in property taxes, it's kind of bewildering how you did that. Because people got to recognize that the cost of operation in government is the same whether or not we're buying gas individually or whether or not the government is buying that gas. That gas still costs us as well, the same as it does us as individual citizens. I just went through some computations there of what that actually is going to mean financially for our citizens. And on an average home of $300,000, you're talking about adding basically, what was that number again? $6.25 a month. My Spectrum bill went up $15 a month. So to operate a county, and you're talking about an increase of $6.25, I mean, really, that's kind of remarkable in my mind. So, a big attaboy. Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I want to say something, but I ain't gonna say it.
Do what now?
I want to say something, but I ain't gonna say it.
No. Any other comments, on the job that our staff has put together?
Well, let me clarify a little bit more. I was just told a little while ago that the city is projecting a much, much, much higher increase. Is anyone aware of what that number was?
Was it 15?
I heard 15.
I had heard 18.
It's about 18 cents, I believe, right?
It was 18 cents?
What I heard.
15 or 18. For the county to come in at a 2.5 cent, I'm sorry, I'm belaying the point here. It's just a phenomenal job that the staff and the county manager and the assistant manager has done. Again, thank you.
Agreed. Any other comments?
Yes, sir. As everyone else has said, Chip and the staff has done a fantastic job on this budget. However, I just don't feel like this is the right year for a tax increase. That's just Wayne's opinion. And I know Chip is, after listening to him, I can see all the justifications, but I just feel like that this is not the right year for a tax increase. Thank you.
Any other comments? All righty. Public hearing set for, we've already done that. It's already done and passed, yeah. So now we go into the county manager's report.
I would yield to a video presentation by our County Public Affairs Department.
All right. Joe's up. Trent? All of the above?
Is this on?
May take a few minutes to watch, but it's well worth watching.
It was foodie week out.
Is this the one I was referring to earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Volume.
What is on?
Is it on
Come from them, right?
is it on the TV over there? Their TV, Oh, Georgia.
They're really prepared.
Let's try.
They're really prepared for these meetings.
Joel?
Joel or Georgia?
These silent movies are still in style.
Hope we can get the audio because it's really good.
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
The video's not muted. I don't know.
Down on the computer's on, is how the video's on.
That shows.
But it's not playing audio.
Mm-mm.
Try. Can I open it in a different?
While we're trying to get that going, Ginger, do you want to recognize those in the back? Not to put you on the spot, but I mean, yeah.
I just wanted to take a moment, in our back corner over here, we have 5 participants of our Wayne County Leadership Institute. Part of the, program is that they are to attend the budget meeting and session. So, we look forward to having them today, and I think they will learn quite a bit. So,
That we have technical difficulties on a regular
on a
basis.
regular
Like this video is jinxed.
Exactly. Thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for being enrolled in our leadership.
Well, I hope they sit here through our work session so they can see how sausage is made.
This, either one should work, but I'm not understanding why. It's all up.
We may have to watch this next week.
We hired her. We got $2 million. You know, it's gonna cost us $2 million. If we spend somewhere else at that, we'll get it all.
Hey, Georgia.
We tried to hire him to get the health department. He's not just be joking, you know. We just ran into him, you know, messing with him, but he might would do something part-time like that. Oh, well, we'll try again some other.
He's gonna play it from back there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. That being said, we'll go on to Board of Commissioner Committee reports. Commissioner Williams.
I just want to remind everyone that we're going to have a Dillard Alumni Parade this Saturday, and everyone should come and attend. It's a wonderful, wonderful event. We have the alumni who's done a lot of great things for the community. My mom was a graduate of Dillard High School, and just economically, it just does a lot for this county. So make sure you come out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Daughtry.
No comment until after we get through this budget work session.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Aycock.
No comment.
Mr. Barb Aycock.
Pass.
No comment.
All right, Bevan.
No comment.
I believe today, 4 years ago, Joe Gurley passed away. And, as it was, read to me that that's the EMS proclamation, that was read was appropriate on today. So, Dave, reiterate that to the people at EMS. I think I'll just pass on some of the other comments. All right, so we'll go to, we got any more closed session, Mr. Gordon?
Not anymore.
10-4. So now we'll go to our budget work session. So does anybody need to take
Take about 5 minutes.
5 minute, we'll take a 5-minute break?
Go for
Huh?
it.
Okay, we are back in session, we're back in our budget, work session. So Chip, you want to?
So in front of you, you have your budget book. Quite thick documents, a lot to take in, a lot of pages, a lot of spreadsheets. You'll see the budget message, I read part of it. In there, you'll see an index, you'll see, sections that, with shortcuts to the page numbers for particular departments. Just inside the first, first few pages. That's your table of contents. And if you'll see, there's quite a bit of that. You go from your reader's guide to the budget message, which I read part of, to the actual budget ordinance, which will be the document that you adopt sometime before the end of June, hopefully. Then you'll see an organizational chart. And then you get into your general fund, and the page one is your general fund, and it goes right into your departments of Board of Commissioners, county managers, public affairs, finance, so forth and so on. You do have a reader's guide that's under your first blue tab. Kind of details the 32 separate departmented, separate budgeted funds this year. You have your general fund. Inside your second blue tab is that actual budget message that I read part of. You pass by that, it goes directly, your budget ordinance, and then, you'll also run into your fees, revenue fees.
Could I talk to you a little bit about the fees?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jim. Here, any of the fees there. And have we reviewed our fee schedules and what we're charging as such? And I'm gonna point to one item, since that's my forte.
Okay.
The fees on building for mobile homes. Let me just take that one. This is how inflation has affected us. When I retired from my company some 5 years ago, my average sales price on a double-wide manufactured home was $85,000. We're charging $65 permit fee on that. That $65 was there when I was selling manufactured homes for $19,900. Today, if you go buy a manufactured home, you're looking at a minimum price of $150,000. And guess what? That mobile home fee again is $65. So I think we need to review what our fees are to bring them in line with our neighboring counties. Because if I go to Johnson County and set up a manufactured home, that fee is going to be $600, $700, $800. So I think we're missing out on some fees here. So can we review the fees?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Would you feel that way if you were still
We-
selling homes?
If
I'm
I'm
still
trying,
selling homes, yes.
Andrew,
I
please
would,
speak up.
because it's, there's no way you're gonna hire someone to go and inspect, drive a truck and go out there and actually inspect that, setup of that home for $65. You can't do it.
Can't do it, you're right.
So we're just losing money on some of these services. So if we could review those, I would appreciate it.
Well, since he's asking about that, what about all the fees, just permit fees, period?
for inspections.
Yes, and everything.
If I did, I would have them look at all of their.
Yeah,
inspections.
Because if you're gonna do one, you really have to do the other to be fair across the board.
Oh, I agree. Now, listen, I wasn't picking on manufactured homes. I was just saying all fees need to be reviewed.
You're, Angie, taking notes on this. So, before we started the budget process, we were department heads were directed to take a look at those things and those items and adjust as necessary. You saw some of those changes I proposed in the presentation. But obviously, we can go back and take another look at these, absolutely.
Okay.
I think your planning department fees, they were adjusted last year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or a year before, so they're probably pretty much in line with what similar counties are charging. But I can, if you want me to, have them re-review that as well.
With the surrounding counties.
If you'll make note of that.
Yes, sir. We'll send out the fee schedule to all the departments and have them revisit them.
And as far as the tipping fee, it's now at 45, it
Yes, sir.
currently is
40.
40, okay.
And you're in your fee schedule, you'll see the changes are in red in the budget book.
How about some of the things that we do for other municipalities? I mean, just in general.
Inspection, what do you mean for inspection fees? We're bringing in the revenue for inspections that we do for other municipalities.
Do we do anything for animal control for anybody else other than?
Yes, sir, we do for all the rest of the county outside of, I'm not sure if we do Mount Olive or not, I can't remember, but we don't do Goldsboro. Fremont Pike, Walnut Creek, we do. You remember? Yeah. Yeah. Walnut Creek, Fremont Pike, Eureka, I know we were doing, I'm not sure about Mount Olive, I'm pretty sure we don't, and I know we don't in Goldsboro. They do deposit their animals in our shelter.
That means we have to.
But we don't enforce animal control.
You talking about the city does?
Yes.
So that's a cost, another cost. Did they work same, do they work on call like our people do?
Do they work on call?
Do
I'm
their-
not sure.
You know?
I don't track city services.
Is it required for municipalities to provide animal control?
Yes.
Counties have to provide animal shelter.
The county has to provide animal shelter. But as far as animal control, municipalities are supposed to be within their jurisdiction providing that service. Is that correct?
They don't have to, but
They don't have to.
generally, the citizens want it provided.
Okay, doesn't seem quite fair, though, that the county would have to house them
Well, I think-
without any contribution from the municipality.
Currently, they do not provide any, funds to.
Any funds?
No, sir.
Is that something we could look into for them to help compensate some of our losses?
Absolutely.
Please do.
I mean, anywhere we can share the love on the loss, so we would.
Share the love is right.
Get a big hug.
So how about the hangar, fees at the jet port, are they in line?
We just increased those, a month or so ago. They went into effect, I believe, either March 1st or April 1st.
Yeah, we jumped ahead and
And so
increased those.
the increase amount is showing in the fee schedule, the updated amount.
So the detention center, out of county, inmates at 55, we talked about that a while back, about the possibility of going, I think some of that's a deal between the counties or the sheriffs, and some of that's a state mandate. The state's a 55 or something, if it's a certain type of inmate, not employee, certain type of inmate.
As I recall, as it come through the Sheriff's Association, then that's, that compensation amount per day is established by them. Is that correct? Now,
I
I've
believe that's
asked
correct.
that we go and ask for an increase in that several years ago. And again, I would ask that we reach out, send a letter to them stating that our costs have gone up dramatically, and as such, we need an increase in that fee.
We can request, yes, sir.
I agree, let's send the letter. Every year, let's send the letter.
I will.
And if we get other county managers to send that letter too, let's encourage them to do so. Because they have held at that price for, gosh, as long as I've been a commissioner. I mean, it's been like 12 years.
We just are, rental income is a big part of the jail. We want to make sure we're losing some counties that used to reside here, have built new jails. We want to make sure we maintain the number and level that we are currently in. I mean, we'll ask for an increase, obviously, but I want those numbers to stay the same, at least, if not increase, with the new jail opening.
Yeah, but I think they're at $40 a day.
Right.
If I remember.
I remember that.
Now, it's 55 if it's a county paying us. But it's $40 from those inmates coming from the Sheriff's Association.
Right.
Big disparity there. Okay.
So, would you want a review on those environmental health fees? They didn't make any adjustments to them, and they've been that for quite a while.
I think we need to, definitely.
You make note of that, please.
Yeah.
The water test, Mr. Crumpler, is that what it cost us to do water test, or?
That's our fee for going and pulling the sample.
Like in a well or something?
Yeah, but do we send it off?
They send it off, yeah, that's it.
Is that a charge by sending it off?
I'm not sure if that's a separate fee or if that's included. It's probably included in the 120.
Okay.
So do like food trucks and stuff go through our health department?
Yes, sir. All food establishments, no matter where they're located.
Right.
For food.
All through health.
That Wayne County Health Department.
We got a septic tank locating service, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. If it's an unknown, unmapped septic tank, one home's removed or a home's torn down and to relocate a new home and you don't know exactly where the field is, they can go out and locate the drain lines out of the tank. We have pretty good records going back to a certain date, but then prior to that, there was no regulations on it.
You get into the septic tanks that really work.
There's a lot of them out there.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
All right. What's next? What's the next?
Everybody satisfied with those fees and fee schedules? There's a lot to it.
We did the, on the market, did it go up this year or it's in red?
The what now?
The farmer's market, did it go up this year? It's in red.
Angie, could you answer that faster than I can get to it?
They added $100 per year.
Oh, that was added, yeah.
What was it?
I think it was not part of the schedule. They were charging it, but it was not part of the budget. That was what was earned. We discover.
vendors do we have out there basically at the farmer's market?
15 to 25, depending on the day.
Depending on who you talk to.
Yeah. Depends on if you count food trucks, jewelry booths, whatnot. It's a pretty good crowd. It's pretty.
Fake emails.
You're right. We're, advertising for a new farmer's market director. We look forward to making the continued improvements at the farmer's market to provide access to locally grown fruits and vegetables and farm-raised, meat products. And for this county is known as a food-bearing county, and access to fresh local products is always good. You don't always know what you're buying in the grocery store.
You know, there was one thing that when I was out at the base a whole lot, I had some of the airmen come up to me and say, well, we didn't even know we had a farmer's market. You know, and that was kind of surprising, as much advertisement's been done, but, a lot of times maybe that on the base, maybe it's not advertised, I don't know.
Right.
They doing a pretty good business out there. Several of them's come up and said, how much they
Yeah.
appreciate how much they're doing.
I know Colonel Walker was the first one that, said something to me about it, when we were talking, I was telling him about it, so.
The next section in the budget is your organizational chart. Kind of details out your elected officials, register of deeds, board of commissioners, board of education, sheriff, and kind of details what departments fall under who, and general governance. If you have any questions on that.
Quick question, just going back, the solar farm is,
Solar farm?
Yeah.
And their fee schedule?
yes.
Let me go find it.
Seems low to me.
Is that,
Page 16, PDF page 16.
so,
Page 16 or
I
15?
got page.
PDF page 16.
I don't think, you got page 2?
Yeah, it says solar farm review, but where are we at 16?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, solar farm review, I see that. Yes, sir.
What page is it on?
Page 2 of the book.
How are we compared to other?
I'm pretty sure, well, we're gonna ask planning department to go back over all their fees. That's under the planning department.
But that's one of them.
So that's one of them. But
Change.
we'll,
It'd be a solar facility.
Change the facility, yes.
oh yeah, it should say solar facility. Yeah, change that. That's just, that should not say farm. They don't farm
We'll
anything.
update that.
As Mr. Adcock would say, they don't farm anything. But, yes, sir, we'll review those. We'll have planning go back over all their fees to make sure we're compatible with other counties.
So Crumpler, what about the junk cars? I'm trying to locate where I found that at.
Same page, page 2.
Junkyards.
Yeah.
Junkyard or junk
Junkyards are a
cars.
little different than junk cars.
Yeah.
We don't charge for junk cars, but
It said something about a fee for the junk cars. I can't
It's on
find it.
2.
Junkyards is on page 2.
junkyards
Junkyards is on
are
page
facilities that
No, there was something else.
resell parts off, dismantle cars and
That
resell
was the one that
parts.
I was talking about. There was another
Page
thing in
12, under other fees,
Yes, that's where it's at.
PDF page 26, page 12 in your book, PDF 26.
Yeah, the vehicle redemption fee, car ordinance, $10 per vehicle. What is that?
So if, that's a administrative fee that the person has to pay if your car is towed and it's put in impoundment. To get your car back out of impoundment, you have to pay the impoundment fee plus a $10 administrative fee to the county. I believe that is correct, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It was my department, I ought to have known that. I only did it for
Seems to me that's a little bit low.
17 years.
$10.
Well, they have an impoundment and a tow charge on top of it. And depending on how many days it was in storage, that fee could get, to the towing vendor could be very high. The objective of the junk car ordinance is to get rid of the junk
Oh,
car.
I agree. I went through all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to, you're not really making any money on it because we don't really, put a lot of labor. It's not our tow truck. We don't have a tow truck for that.
I just didn't know what it was.
We
you know.
subcontract that out.
Thank you for explaining. I just didn't know.
No problem.
So, we're back to the organizational chart now.
Back to the organizational chart. You got any questions on that? It kind of really shows you if you don't, if you're trying to get an understanding or the public wants an understanding of what departments fall under who and what agencies fall where and appointed boards and regionally appointed boards and county and municipally appointed boards. It really shows everything there. It's interesting. Then it moves into your general fund.
On the revenue side, I did have a question in regards to, what is sales HH?
That's hold harmless.
Why is that, no amount there?
That has to do with our Medicaid hold, sales tax, the Medicaid hold harmless amount, which we are no longer receiving any funds from that.
Can you give a brief history and remind them of how that came into being?
I'll have to do some homework on that. I know at one point, 2 years ago, we did receive some funds.
Okay.
But we had to return majority of those, so we no longer anticipate any revenue.
This was the money that the county, counties used to be responsible for Medicaid.
Right.
The state took 1 cent of your sales tax to pay for Medicaid. In some cases, you didn't, as a county, use as much Medicaid in your county as your 1 cent provided in sales tax revenue. So they gave you a reimbursement for that, which was that amount of money. Then if they overestimated it, they take some of it back. I think they projected for this year that we will be receiving nothing.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So it's finally run its course, and
Yes.
that whole harmless agreement is.
And according to
probably
them,
no more.
Medicaid expansion did not cause it. Rising cost in
Okay.
Medicaid period caused it.
All right, and will you explain the North Carolina lottery fund of 1.2 million?
Those funds are actually used to go towards the debt service payments for the schools. So what we're anticipating to come in this year is dropping from 1.4 to 1.2.
Well, at one point, if we received the monies for construction from the lottery fund, you had to forego that annual payment. But that has been changed now, and we still get the annual payment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And we have for the past couple of years.
Well, why would that be from 1.4 to 1.2? Because this year is 1.4, so
Yes.
why would it be 1.4 for next year?
My guess, and I can find out an answer for sure for you, is just the receipts on that. A decline in the receipts.
They're still selling them lottery tickets.
I know. Let us look into it and find out why the decrease.
Okay, all right.
Probably, just guessing, they probably took some of that money and spent it somewhere else and decreased your allotment.
And that may be.
It may be the case, but she'll verify it.
They've certainly done that in the past.
Yes.
And then on the rental income, 3,400.
So a lot of our farmland, either it was not bid on to be farmed, or it has been restricted for other uses.
So our
And the
revenues-
thank you, Ann. And the majority of that decrease is a result of SunTree.
Agree.
Yeah.
What page was that on?
It's on the second page, page 2.
Page 2.
Of the income.
It's the fourth
For the
line
revenue.
item, rental in.
Nope, nope.
This one.
Line 3400.
247,000 look good there, didn't it, Jay?
Well, the majority of that.
I'm just messing with Jay.
Have we had any interest in that building, Mr. Crumpler?
According to our economic people, yes.
And then we hadn't got anything
We
back
have a
on it.
meeting, we're trying to establish a meeting with one person that has a proposal for us.
Has an appraisal
Hasn't come back, has not
Still
come
has
back
not
yet.
come back.
Well, if we rented it out, that would change that budget amount, would it not? You rented it out?
Right, I think they're trying to sell it.
Oh, okay.
But the person they're trying to schedule a meeting with has got a proposal to lease to own with some financial, we'll figure it, we'll meet with him first and then see what he wants. And hopefully we can work out something with him. That's a business from another county, so moving here. All righty. Any other questions on those revenues? Move on. Your first tab there is Board of Commissioners. You always have, your office supplies, travels, postage, printing, advertising, training, dues and subscriptions, any of those items are listed in your budget. And that's pretty much the redundancy of each department.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know how detailed you want to go into, if you have any questions about a particular department that you want to look at specifically, or if you want to talk about CIP items now, or.
Let's go to CIP so we can see exactly what.
Angie, would you, go to CIP items and go over those with them?
Yes, sir.
That's gonna be at the back of your book and under capital outlay. Is that correct?
Let me find that, so.
In the back of the
The
book?
very back.
Capital outlay.
Right, the third from the last tab.
Says capital. Says capital, Jim.
Third from the back.
Something like that anyway. Thereabouts.
And go through those capital items, if you would.
I'm getting there. That's a lot of pages to turn.
So while you're getting there, the total amount of capital outlay is the 3.449 figure under the 2025 county manager column. Yeah, I'm gonna, yes, go for it.
A vehicle allocation is $250,000, and that is, animal control is a truck and a box. A truck with no bed and the box that they need. Facilities director truck, environmental health, 2 trucks, DRC, 1 vehicle, and inspections, 1 vehicle.
So that total amount is an annual amount that we set aside every year regardless. We set a fixed amount and we spend up to that fixed amount and not above it. That's $250,000.
Where'd you get that list of the vehicles that are included in that?
That's on our CIP spreadsheet that we keep.
Okay, so it's not in our book?
No, sir.
Okay.
I can start adding that if you would like.
Please do.
If you would, email that to everybody after this meeting. But that's the breakdown of the vehicles. We had plenty of requests for way more than that amount of money, so we have to narrow that down to those that we felt were the most needed.
So we've got the vehicles pretty much accounted for in each department. The ones that need, the ones
We
that
bought
don't.
up to the amount we could buy.
I'm talking about the ones that,
Didn't go over.
we've done we know who's got what.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And do you base when they're replaced by year or by mileage or both or?
It's a combination of the amount of troubles that the service the fleet is having with the vehicle, the age and the mileage, as to whether
Okay.
it's worth putting any more money into that particular vehicle. Some of them,
Cause some departments don't use them near as much as others.
well, some last a long time, but some
Oh,
of
yeah.
them don't. Some of them are lemons, and some are, like anything you get.
Right.
Some of them just, if there's no point to pour good money after bad. We just cut ties with it and move on. But if it's a good vehicle and it shows a good service life, we run it until we maybe even hand that vehicle down to a department that maybe
Right.
doesn't use it as much.
That's good.
Maximize the usage out of the vehicles as much as possible.
I think the number that stands out to me is the actual budget for '23 was 18 million, and the one coming up is 3.4 million.
Keep in mind that we had ARP funds that had taken care of a lot of our CIP needs.
So those dollars are included in this budget. ARP dollars are in here.
They're not,
From last year.
They preempted us from having to use funds out of our general fund that we would have normally funded. It would have cost you in fund balance to purchase CIP, that you were able to use ARPA funding in place of. And we maximize that, as where we could, because ARPA had such stringent requirements on what qualified to be an eligible purchase. So that really helped the county out the last 3 or 4 years.
Because we bought a number of patrol cars for the sheriff's department.
And ambulances.
Ambulances.
Equipment.
And equipment to go on the ambulances, just like we follow, we have a lot of cardiac arrests, difficulty breathings. We have a lot of heart responses with EMS. So you saw a lot of things proposed there were purchased with ARPA that will provide the best treatment in the truck before that person gets to the hospital environment. It gives them a better chance of survivability. So those have been things that have been afforded by ARPA for our citizens that are above and beyond what you normally would have on the truck.
Okay.
Ready? Okay, we also are purchasing, the detention center does need a new van. So we budgeted $51,419, and then they're gonna come up with the difference. Now 911 is purchasing, well, that's a whole nother thing.
So we received notification from 911, the restricted funds, that they will no longer fund us this year. Any of those monies that we have been receiving, we have to use our fund balance. So they are enforcing their rules this year in that if you have carried over a certain amount of fund balance, they will no longer send you those monies.
911 fund balance.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
So if you haven't expended your total, now my problem with it and my complaint, and we'll be writing a letter, is that they change the rules 2 or 3 times a year to what qualified last year may not qualify next year. And it's just arbitrary, and I've got a problem with that. But we take what they give us, and they told us we were not, because of our fund balance, we're not receiving any more monies. So that's what we have to budget for.
Aren't they having a meeting here today?
I'm not sure.
They are at 911, son.
Oh, are they? Well, we have I have got We have an adjoining county manager that's on the board now, so I've got an inside line to complain.
If you write them a letter, you better not put my name on it.
That said, are we curing that this year in regards to bringing that fund balance down?
Yes.
As much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, through the year, we will be expending those monies, but, we're carrying too much fund balance according to them.
How much fund balance do we have?
She's looking it up.
What page
How
is
much?
that on?
She's looking it up.
Oh,
241.
That's wrong. Yeah.
I thought you said 2.8 million. That's all right, we can come back to that.
Okay, we'll make a note and get
All
that
right.
figure for you.
That's good.
They're purchasing an EPD at $149,866. Computer workstation.
Now, go back to that, what was that again?
Called an EPD.
What's an EPG?
That's
Y'all use too many
What
acronyms.
department are you in?
We're still
911.
going over the restricted funds that
Oh,
we're
okay,
using.
yeah, I'm not sure. That's restricted funds anyway, so it's painful.
Emergency priority dispatch system.
That's like EMD and all that kind of stuff then.
Yeah, those are qualified expenditures under that fund, so.
$15,033 for computer workstations for the primary 911. And then $37,950 for CAD to CAD interface for 911. And then we're going to facilities. $50,000 for HVAC units.
What page you on?
It's not part of this. We're
We
still in
don't have
CIP.
You're in CIP, that's capital improvement.
We're going through the itemized list for
He's gonna send this
the
to
3.4.
after the meeting.
Understand.
This is that, a big, big portion of your, general fund transfer.
Facilities also has a 60-inch Hustler mower for $14,000, a tilt trailer for $6,990, courthouse jail boiler for $127,749, 911 roof ladder, $6,575, renovations for not the Gambelli building, $2 million, feasibility study for the old jail, $200,000. And then IT has a $125,000 allocation for the desktop computer replacement program.
Which we actually reduced this year from 250.
Remember, these are part of your 5-year capital outlay plan. As Davenport went over, these are expenditures that you're funding, and this is the current year's requests that we actually kept in this current year and did not move out or did not bump to a future year. Please continue.
The sheriff's allocation for their vehicles is normally $550,000. We reduced it to $250,000
The reason because of that is,
because they've asked for, they're like 2 years. Yeah,
But
they've been asked.
the cars are like 2 or 3 years out too, so that's.
Right. The Axon car and body cameras allocation is $350,000. K-9
Now,
office.
is that
that's
a,
ongoing.
do we buy that or is that a lease deal?
That's part of the plan, the replacement plan.
But is it leased or is it, we're talking, it is leased, yeah, okay.
It's a continual, every year expenditure.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
K-9 officer, 17.5. That's a yearly allocation. And then landfill,
Now, this is outside of the 3.4 million figure in your 490 fund, your CIP fund. This is all funded with the landfill's fund balance.
Asphalt repair, Highway 13, $60,000. Parking lot sweeper, $74,000, that's 2 of them. Asphalt repair, JC, what is that, Jordan Chapel site, $40,000. A bush hog for $30,500. A D6 Caterpillar is $600,000.
Wait a minute. A push hog for how much?
$30,500.
Hope there's a tractor going with it.
No, there ain't gonna be no
A
tractor.
push hog costs 30 grand now?
I'm pretty sure that's one of those heavy duty big ones, but they're gonna be, that's bush hogging out on the
Airport.
no, at the
Landfill.
Oh, so that was a landfill?
Yes, we're on the
Oh,
landfill.
Okay.
Yeah, it's landfill.
That's the enterprise fund, so.
Mr. Manager, where are we gonna be using the sweepers at?
Parking lots at convenience centers. They're all paved.
Okay.
Forklift for $41,500. A Mack roll-off truck for $218,425. Electronics recycling trailer for $5,600. An equipment trailer for $7,500. Trash compactor boxes, $23,661. That's pretty much an ongoing yearly allocation. 40,000 yard trash boxes, $38,064. Stationary trash compactor, $31,161. Lawnmower, $19,215. AC service machine, $7,468. A hydro seeder, $70,000. And then we get to the Jetport. The perimeter fencing, wasn't that part of today?
That's already been allocated.
We have our 10% on the perimeter fencing that the county has to provide, that's $140,091. And Jetport requested a hanger floor scrubber for $15,000. And then, of course, we have the Wayne Community College renovations for $600,000. That we still have one more year to do that.
And just for informational purposes, we started out with a request of about 11.8 million and reduced it to 7 million overall.
that's all the capital improvement.
Correct.
So back to the $600,000 for Wayne Community College, what
That's
is
the
that?
repairs and renovation monies. Next year will be the last of that, fund.
That's not at airport, that's
It-
just general.
That's general.
General
Oh,
Wayne
okay,
Community College.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
So the fence at the Jetport, that's separate from what we just.
That's, I think that's part of it. The
Yes,
other
that's
part-
part of it.
Yeah, what?
Is it a
Because
total of, the total altogether is 335? Or is it
Yes, sir.
335 plus another 100?
No, it's all inclusive.
Because that was the first section that they got was 140 something, then they come in right here,
Right.
and got the other part.
Correct.
Mhm.
It was a phase one in
Right.
that, because they didn't have full funding.
Because, I mean, that's a little, should we have voted on that then being at that total for the 335 if it's gonna be separate in this? Because now we're making another vote, correct? If I'm correct, or is it gonna be, how's that gonna work? Because
This-
you're saying that this is,
This 175 will not be in addition. We will not add it to the budget. The 330 that you voted on today is it. We'll make sure that it's not duplicated.
okay.
For sure.
because you were listing a lot of things and that was listed too, and you were saying that those
Yes,
things
sir.
are gonna be
And it
presented
was
to us.
about the timing. So this was put together before we, this needs to be updated based on what you voted today.
That's a prime example of grant funding coming in.
That just came in
That's
versus this budget been in preparation.
I understand, but I'm just saying, you
Yeah.
see the way that it looks
Oh,
as
yeah.
far as us voting though, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
we're coming back saying the same thing
Well,
again.
what you voted on was correct.
Yes, so, I mean, I need to, we need to make sure that that's.
When you vote on this at the next, it will be removed.
You said the requested was 11.8 and reduced to what?
Initially.
Okay, and reduced to?
And we reduced it to
7.1.
7.1.
4.7 million.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to go back and give you information you asked for previously on the emergency telephone, the restricted funds, the fund balance. is at $1,054,000.
So what did they say we were supposed to keep it? Or what we supposed to be at?
I believe it was 5%.
5% of what?
Yeah, 5% of what?
What would the 5% figure be, I guess I should ask?
Bless you.
Oh, it was 80,000.
It was what?
80,000.
You're supposed to have $80,000?
Right, that's, the minimum, what we have to draw it down to before they would,
Give us any more.
provide
So
us
then you got to
additional
ask
funds.
for money, and it take you 6 months to get it?
At least.
Wait a minute, they're saying we're
I don't know how
gonna
long
spend
it
down
takes to
a
get it,
million
but-
down to 80,000 before they're gonna give us any more money.
Right, correct.
How long does it take to get the money when we ask for it?
Forever.
It comes in, is it monthly, Ann? We get a distribution monthly.
But you can't spend those monies but for items that's approved by the 911 board.
That is
Correct.
correct.
And they changed
And
it,
it's your
and
money,
they
it's
changed
county
your
money.
budget.
It's our money, but they're gonna tell us what we gotta spend it on, but we gotta spend
Absolutely.
it down $1 million.
But then
And
they
then you
changed what
spend
you
it
can
and
and
it
can't
gets-
spend it on.
3 or 4 times a
They
year.
just changed the rules.
Yeah.
They have adjustments to their policies 3 or 4 times a year if you look at their amendments, which I have in my office, by the way.
So do we have a plan this year to spend approvable items of
We
that
do.
amount?
Oh, yeah,
Chris Barnes has provided us that list.
yeah. We operate.
But if we don't get the money,
spend it.
they're gonna give it to somebody else.
Oh, yeah, we will spend
Because
it.
they collect all the 911 monies and then they distribute.
Right. We'll, they'll operate 911, we'll spend it. I mean, it's just a matter of fact that they're just withholding money from us.
Government, okay.
Any other capital items there? That was pretty much
No,
it
sir.
on that.
I did have a question on, I believe in this year's budget, we had the trash truck
That was in last year's.
last year's.
Yes.
We have
We're
not
still
received-
awaiting delivery.
We're still awaiting delivery of that truck.
Correct.
What are they anticipating it to be delivered?
It's
Next
past due, really. I'm not sure. I can check.
Okay. But we've already got the
We have dumpsters already.
dumpsters already, yeah.
Okay.
When we get it, we'll bring it to a commissioner's meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Please do, so we can go out there and see it before it gets dirty and smelly. Okay, great.
All right, next.
Are we going to go back to the front?
That's up to you if you want to go, if you got any questions about a particular department, it's
Mr. Chair?
basically salary,
Yes, sir.
wages, office supplies, training, things of that nature in those individual departments.
Yeah, I had a question pertaining to the library. It was a CO building. If you could elaborate a little bit on that?
Or what? Inside the library's budget?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Williams, what page is that on?
If
Page
you would,
95.
let me, I gotta go back to it. I just remember seeing that.
I think it's on 95.
95?
Commissioner
Yeah,
Williams.
95, 96, 97, that's your.
CO. That is gonna be, that's number, that's 97.
All right.
Oh, that's capital outlay buildings.
Good.
So the $169,000 figure you're seeing there, is most likely where we allocated the, funds for the Fremont Library,
Northern Wayne Library.
Northern Library, thank you.
Okay.
So this year it was a 0 recommended.
Yeah, that was my question as well. I know that we have intentions on doing something initially in Dudley and Marmac, but
Yeah, we have some applications in for a grant. We have not heard, I have not received word back whether we did or did not get that, but that was over 400,000 in that grant, that would help us with that project particularly. We're trying to grant fund that project, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a dead project, it's still a goal,
Yes, sir.
It's just a project we have not funded, like several others.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we're still trying to achieve it by other means necessary.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next. Can we just go from the front of the book and go tab by tab?
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Jay.
That way we'll have, and if we got a question on that department, then we can ask it.
Okay, well, you go back, you already did county manager. You can go to, public affairs. Page 7. See on your tabs, the public affairs identifier up there, salaries and wages, retirement, 401k, those are all set amounts. Get down in your office supplies. You can look through those. The 2025 county manager recommended amounts are on the right-hand side.
So for my clarification here on how you put this together, you got out here on the very right edge, percent change. What is that percent off?
I'll let Ann answer that.
We asked
Do
that
not
you
pay any
ignore
attention.
that column.
Ignore the column?
Ignore that column.
Well, I reckon so, because you got a 364% change,
But it's not.
but it's not. It was
So,
17,996.
We're baffled by that column. This was a problem last year that's in the software. We don't understand how that occurred.
Okay, so we've
We've not
got to
come up with
disregard
any
that.
answer. Yeah. We've not come up with any answer to how
Well, we
that-
need to resolve that, because I've always used that to see how much of an increase, a change it is from the preceding year.
I'm looking into removing that column.
Well, no, why don't you fix that column?
I could do that.
Let's see if we can fix it.
Out.
Because it's valuable information to know that if we are increasing it, that's where I go to look.
Well, across on your page, you'll see the department's request and our final. And then you'll see the revised budget for 2024 to previous year. And so the 2025 county manager is the part of the budget I just am recommending.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can also see what the department had requested and then how you changed it.
Correct.
So the department requested, it looks like an employee.
Do what?
Am I looking at that right or not?
What'd you say?
Did the department, did public affairs request an employee or something?
That's not in, I mean, we turned that down.
Okay.
So,
But it's pretty evident there when they had requested 162,000 and you're down to
Right.
135.
right. But it doesn't spell it out and say
Yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah.
In the other budget message, you were told that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
Right, I got you.
And on the salary and wages part, that's what I was looking at.
I hate I'm gonna have to.
Any questions on public affairs?
Look good.
Okay, move on to finance. It's more of the same, those items are pretty much the same line items. Everything's laid out exactly the same.
My question on finance is this. I believe in this particular budget, there was an employee that was supposed to be shared with the Jetport, but they were supposed to be stationed at the Jetport. What do you mean, no?
That was part of the agreement.
Well,
When Allison was here, discussed that she was gonna stay in our office, because she does all the books for Gene and Mark.
am I just, this, that wasn't what my understanding was. And the reason for that is they wanted a hold employee that would be there answering the phone and in fact, this goes back to Tina. We were trying to get Tina at one point out there at the Jetport on a part-time basis and split the cost with another department.
That's kind of a high dollar person to be answering the telephone.
Well, she gotta be at some desk somewhere, and she can do the same work, whether or not she's at the Jetport or whether or not she's here. But that said, you're telling me that has gone to the wayside. That person
I
has.
don't remember that agreement. The agreement I remember is the one that's in place now with that employee here. But we can go back and try to verify. Was that in the meeting minutes or anything?
I remember some kind of discussion on it.
The what?
I remember.
They've
some
asked for,
discussion on it.
they've asked for staff out there,
But we resolved it, I thought.
I thought we hired somebody to answer the phone out there already, but.
No?
How many employees they got?
3. I believe it's 3, isn't it?
Mark and Jean
Yeah.
and 2 part-time employees, I believe.
What do part-time people do?
Of course, I know they pump gas. I don't know. They're not inside the office. Jean's inside the office, and then Mark is normally inside the office unless he has to go run a Fox off the field.
Well, if we just check into it, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Check on that.
We
Mark that
will,
on the
be glad
list.
to.
Any other further questions on finance?
What is this service charge? 575-100, service charges.
The bank charges us a service charge.
The bank is charging us $56,000?
No, we just budgeted the same as we did in '24, the current year. As you can see, that those funds were needed elsewhere, so, our actual on that,
This actual 13,246.
Yeah, actual is 13,000.
well, that's the 2023, actual.
It was up higher than that, I'm sure.
18,019 on the.
But that was not a full year.
Currently, we're at 7,200 for our actual.
But let me get this straight. Who are we banking with?
We're banking with Truist.
I think we need to ask, and put this thing out for bid. We're leaving all of those dollars for their use, and they're gonna charge us any monies at all.
Well, I do
We
want
talked about this
to
3 years
state that
We've been talking about that, and, I mean, just the interest charges, period, on certain loans, all this we talked about, and it's been fine so far, and it's like, now, hey, but that's been an issue, it's been an issue.
I do want to correct that. Majority of that is First Citizens. This is the custodial fees that we're being charged because they are our safekeeper for our commercial paper transactions that we invest in.
So it's not true.
No, sir.
Okay, well, I feel better.
Well,
But it's not 50, why would it be 56,000 this year, though?
you just said,
We just budgeted for the same amount we had in previous years.
have we ever spent that kind of money?
13,000 in '23, 17,000 in '22, 38,000 in '21, and 65,000 in 2020.
It's a big difference, so.
Do we,
See if you can get us some more information on that.
Sure will.
It just,
It's too much of a difference in each year. Be doing the same thing.
are that it on that section? Whatever it was. That it on finance?
yeah, that's all I got.
Everybody good with finance? All right, human resources?
HR. Same thing, same professional services, computer equipment, you see those items there, recommended.
You know, there's one thing I would like to see when I look at the departments, how many people's in that department that we're looking at in salaries? How many are we looking at in, human resource, just out of curiosity?
We can provide that in a separate document, but not part of the
Well,
budget.
that's fine,
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree, we need to know what the total number of employees in each department is.
We have a master list that we maintain as y'all approve. d- Staffing, so we can provide that to you. And as we go through this, I have that pulled up now, so for any department you'd like to know right away, we can let you know that. That's for full-time staff only. Part-time and regular part-time staff is done by,
You got it-
budgeted amount.
Have you got it with you?
I do.
Well, just tell everybody, they can write it down, and that way you ain't got to worry about supplying it. If it's all
You're
right.
speaking of 30 departments.
Oh,
Okay,
I
HR
thought you had a list of them.
I do.
Okay, well, that's fine.
In HR.
Oh, for HR it's 8.
8?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just thought they could just write it down when they come up to it.
Would you like me to recap at the point where we are now?
Yes, what
So
y'all
of course,
want.
there's 7 of you. There's 4 in the county manager.
Wait a minute, let them write it down, they're gonna have to get to each one of the things. Four county manager,
Yes, sir. 2 in public affairs.
all right,
12 in finance,
okay.
and 8 in HR.
How many, 8?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And can we clarify to the citizens that we do not get $85,000 a year?
You do not get $85,000 a year.
That was also a fake email, by the way.
That was a fake email.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was somebody trying to, yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, tax,
Tax has 14 full-time staff. And with this budget, you will be approving an additional full-time, so that will move them up to 15. They have a part-timer going to full-time.
is, what's this? $14 plus 1. I'm just looking at the difference in how many people here and the cost versus over here for 8 employees, and it just kind of,
What is this first line here, tax commission?
different fields will get paid different. The different fields will get paid.
Did I stump y'all?
No, we're looking that up.
saying, you know, I just look at things.
362,000.
That's the commission that we're paying to collect on behalf of the municipalities.
Those are revenues. In other words, Goldsboro pays you to collect their taxes. So does the other towns.
Most all the towns.
Well, now there's another point that I made, and I keep repeating myself. Have we reviewed that expense or that charge to the municipalities to make sure that we have in fact
I think it's,
had the appropriate?
it's set,
Do
that's
what
a
now?
set rate. You don't have an, I think the state sets that rate.
Oh, isn't that nice? So the state sets the rate, and we can't charge any more, but yet we've got to provide the service. Here we go again.
Correct. They can provide it themselves if they don't want to pay it.
Do what now?
I said the city can provide themselves. If they don't want to pay for it, they can do it themselves.
I don't believe they could send out all those tax bills for $300,000.
Doubtful.
In fact, this is all the municipalities, so it's not only Goldsboro, it's the other municipalities as well.
Correct.
Not sure that Walnut Creek is in it.
I think Walnut Creek's the only outlier. They do their own.
They're on there.
Are they?
But we collect Mount Olives,
Yes.
Every other town. I
area.
At one time, we didn't do Walnut Creek. But I think we do.
Can we kind of make a note there that maybe on our legislative goals that we ask that be reviewed or increased or whatever? Because I would imagine nobody's probably looked at this in decades.
Keep making note of that, Angie.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions on their line items?
Yeah, I do. VD 451, $1.69. $545500. What is that?
That has to do with vehicle taxes, charge, that they get charged on their vehicle taxes.
It's a what now?
Vehicle taxes.
It's vehicle, it has to do with vehicle taxes.
Oh, okay, that's probably where DMV charges us to collect that.
Correct.
That's probably what that is. Okay.
Administrative fees.
Thank you.
All righty. Tax mapping. Tax mapping.
What is tax mapping?
Keeping up with the property lines and parcel maps for tax purposes. It's part of the tax office. It used to be under tax, but it was separated out and put under IT and then put under planning and then it went back to tax.
Okay.
It got separated out years ago. It's always kept separate. There's 2 employees in there.
Two?
Yes,
Two.
sir.
Property mapper and assistant. So they interpret all the deeds that come through the Register of Deeds office. They interpret those or whether they are straight transfers or a property split. If it's a split, they take the description that's in the deed or the map that's attached or the map that's been recorded and draw the new property lines into our parcel mapping tax base. Those all used to be hand done years and years ago. It's all computer done now since 1997 here. So that's your property tax mapper.
So when a subdivision of land is divided up in
Correct.
subdivision, they've got to go in and make those proper.
Yep.
Okay.
And chain of ownership and dimensions and all that's put in there.
Okay, thank you.
All righty.
If you're hiring a part-timer in that position?
Do what?
Salaries and wages increased in there.
Yeah.
Is a part-timer or something?
No.
They're in the salary study.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There's salary, part of the 1/3 salary study.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So just as a disclaimer, if they were included in the salary study, you'll see an increase in the salaries and wages and fringes, as well as the 2% COLA is reflected here as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Staff attorney?
We lost a long-time property mapper who was very good at his job, probably the best in North Carolina, in my opinion, to cancer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but they've done a good job promoting from within and taking over where he left off. And we're lucky to have Julio over as our GIS director because he knows how all that operates. Because he actually worked for a company that we subcontracted to for consulting work years ago, that's how I knew them, you know, so. Go on to staff attorney, or attorney's budget, yeah. Any questions? Moving on to staff attorney.
Two people, right?
Yes, sir.
Court facilities.
And,
Oh, go ahead. Wheeler.
What is this, 341530?
Say that again.
34.
Line item actually, it would be 341530, staff attorney, 60,000.
Staff attorney fees.
Those are fees collected through our sales, through our foreclosure sales. So when we actually go forward and sell the property, that's what we collect at the sale.
He's making money.
The revenue.
Revenue.
And it's only 60 grand?
Those are only through the sales. That doesn't include what we collect pre-sale. So a lot of those are pre-sales, so they're actually paid to the tax department. We have to pull those out. So that doesn't reflect all the revenue that comes in. Just through sales. Majority of our parcels were paid off prior to the sale.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, I think we all need to look here and see that the revenue is generated from that department. That's all I was trying to point out, and I would have thought it'd been more than 60.
Well, it is more than 60. He just don't,
376.
he ain't getting credit for all of it.
He ain't getting credit for it all.
So county attorney, its total is 221, correct?
$222,081.95.
Okay, and then staff attorney is 600, or am I looking at something wrong?
It is a total of 606,617.28.
A lot of those expenses include our things that we pay out of the tax foreclosures, so like surplus funds and things like that. So they are offset by the revenues. So even though it says that we're at 600 to operate, probably about 400 or so of that is offset by our work in the foreclosures. Have to in order for us to flow those checks and foreclosures, that's how it has to run.
Okay.
Even though it says 600, a vast majority of that's offset by.
As shown by his revenues.
So salary and wage is separate with staff attorney and county attorney?
Two separate funds.
Okay. And with county attorney is 2 under, you said under that?
County attorney is one employee, staff attorney is 2 employees.
Okay. So it's a total of 3 altogether?
Yes, sir.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Court
All right,
facilities?
court facilities, 137,429.
So this is not an actual department per se with staff. This is the funds that we collect from court fees. But we do have to pay some of their office supplies, repairs and maintenance expenses as well.
Did she get her desk, Chip?
Do what?
Did she get her desk?
I think she's working on it.
Yes, she got one from somebody.
So the total is 160,245.
She got several, actually.
Oh, that's what I said earlier, yeah.
Well, can I ask here, now, this court facilities fee, That comes from the state?
Yes, sir, I believe it does.
So,
Part of it.
so someone up there at the state thinks we can run our courthouse for $137,000. Isn't that interesting? Right? Is that the only dollars we're getting for the courthouse
That's it.
and court facility?
Those come from court costs.
It comes from
A
court
portion of
costs.
the court costs that people pay for fines and things like that. Like if you get a speeding ticket, you gotta pay court costs, we get a portion of that.
But does the Office of Courts provide us any dollars at all for operating?
I don't think so.
We just get the court costs. We don't get anything else.
That's it.
Well, again, I think we need to ask the state to increase that court cost fee to help us offset the cost of operating our courthouse.
We might need to ask them to let us give some money to remodel everything that we got to provide.
Correct. Make that
Well, I know.
Make that a
mean-
legislative note.
I'd rather have the remodel dollars than the extra fee, because it's going, tell them what it's
Well,
gonna cost.
yeah, in the long-range plan, we're talking about taking the jail and renovating that over for offices for the DA and the clerk of court and the courts. So,
A lot of that's for the attorneys that were public defender.
that's correct.
That's what they're talking about, giving us that next year.
Angie, if you would make note of that as a legislative note.
Will do, thank you.
Either that or we need to ask for a grant,
Through the court system.
wherever, a grant to help us offset our costs, because that's gonna be a huge cost.
Well, you got a revenue of 137,429, and then your expense is 160.
Well, that's true. So,
That tells you right there.
Any other questions? Board of Elections?
Board of Elections has 4 full-time staff.
and we got $200 in revenue.
Do you know how much it cost us to do this last election?
Cost
Take
state of North
a
Carolina.
wild guess what it cost Wayne County.
$75 per vote.
Between $59 and $62 a vote. She ain't got one of the things in yet.
Cost the state of North Carolina 17 million.
Yeah.
And
And there were, what, 2 people on the?
yeah, I wish, but, well, there was 4 people on the ballot.
Oh, okay, 4.
Yeah, but there were but 2 people, yeah, you had to vote for
So
2.
on Board of Elections, keep in mind that it's cyclical, so you don't see a whole lot of revenues budgeted.
Oh, you're right, because there'd be no filing fees, during this fiscal year.
But people need to realize that those elections like that cost the
Cost
county.
money.
And then, we don't go vote.
Go vote. Well, that's something that really needs to be looked at, to the public.
We have been spending years trying to get the public to recognize that,
But the Republicans are supposed to be the conservative party, and it just cost us $17 million.
Exactly.
All right, anything else? Board of Elections? Register of Deeds?
Register of Deeds staffing is 8 full-time positions.
Eight?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could we, take a break and have lunch?
We're fixing to. They're checking to make sure it's ready first.
What's the total operating cost for it?
I'll be $1,257,918.14
So they're not in the hole.
is recommended.
And how much do they,
Total revenue is $1,735,531.
So they covered their expense.
that's,
600-ish.
that's, you said 1,000,007?
Yes, that's what it says.
1.735.
Yeah, 1.735.
About $620 million, or $620,000,
$20,000.
yeah.
Yeah,
A million.
Be nice.
Yeah. Any other questions? Carol's checking on lunch, just to make sure it's ready.
Central services, what does that consist of?
All right, go on to central services.
Central Services has one full-time position.
So they don't have any revenue or anything for that, or
It's
just
our
expense?
courier,
Huh?
it's our courier
Okay.
position.
Any questions?
There's some other things budgeted in there, like hospitalization, retirement. You see a big number there for that.
Let me speak of that. My understanding is that retirees up to a certain date receive Medicare supplement policies. Is that correct? That the county pays for, the supplement policy.
Yes.
And I spoke to Ginger on this. I just want to make sure that we are providing, not a Cadillac, but a reasonable retiree plan. I'll go even further. I'm on Medicare.
You want a Pinto?
What?
You want a Pinto version or something?
No, I basically had a Chevrolet version.
Okay.
But my policy never gave me coverage for eyeglasses or for dental. And then I had to have a separate policy for prescription. So I had a Part C, I reckon, coverage, and then I had a pharmacy coverage. This year, I found out that Humana, and now most of the other insurance companies, are providing a policy, and when I heard this, I said, nay, no way. And that is, it was zero cost. Zero cost. I was paying $169 a month just for the Part C, and $69 for the pharmacy. So that's over $200. Zero cost, and it gave me eyeglasses as well as dental. No cost to me at all. And it has pharmacy, it has all those, and it was zero cost. So I just want to make sure we are providing a policy, but minimizing the cost to the county.
Send them a Christmas card last year.
I did, man. I was happy as I could be. Somebody's going to provide me.
Cadillac to me.
Huh? I know, it's unbelievable.
I think he's driving a Mercedes.
And when they first
himself.
told me about it, I said, there's no way somebody's going to get it. But they do. They provide that type of coverage there.
Any other questions on that one?
I'm sorry.
We're gonna take lunch, so we'll be recessing for lunch.
Oh, okay.
And we'll come back to IT.
County farmer
All right, we'll call, regular, budget work session back in session. We are on information technology. Y'all ready to roll? All right. I reckon I should have asked that before I.
Out of budget on the following 2 pages.
Where are we on IT?
Yes, sir.
Information, yes, sir.
IT has 14 full-time positions.
Excuse me, a quick question though. Are we going through each and every last one of these today? Because that's gonna be a lot, and I thought we would go home, look over this, then come back with our question. I
Well,
mean, it's like we're not even 5% through.
well, we figured it's gonna be all day.
And,
We're gonna leave, if we ain't done by 5, we'll stop.
oh, but I didn't know we were going through every last one. When we
We're
ever
trying to
do
knock
that.
it out, so we ain't got to come back.
That's a lot. We still gonna have to come back. I mean, because I still need to look over individually. I don't like I'm not gonna make a decision.
Oh, no, we can make a decision today. We don't make a decision until,
Gotta hold a public hearing.
I got to hold a public hearing the next meeting, but everybody's got some questions, you can ask them in the next go around, or ask them in between. All right, go ahead. Information technology.
Okay, what's this 50, down at the bottom of the page, 32, 52, 6200? Something, what is that?
Non-capital computer equipment.
So that is the computer equipment that we'll be purchasing in the upcoming year. Is that correct? Do we not have in our capital improvement plan dollars that are set aside on an annual basis for this?
We do, so this is non-capital. This is smaller pieces, less than 5,000. The one that's in your CIP is 5,000 or more, $5,000 or more.
But like, what would that include? It would be, wouldn't it?
So, say HR hires a new person.
Right?
That money is to cover that need right now because maybe they don't have it.
Things less than $5,000.
Replacement projectors, hand carts, iPad replacements, scanners for asset management, store server tapes, track it technician licensing, miscellaneous computer printer hardware, replacement monitors, Adobe Cloud for IT, portable air condition, replacement computers, and Microsoft 365 annual subscription.
So it is some subscription. Okay. And then the R&M equipment, 598,000. Repair and maintenance.
Right, and that covers your warranties.
That's pretty substantial, 600 grand.
Right.
So,
All your hardware, all your servers that have the servers, software maintenance, X will be one of them. Your switches, Cisco.
Telephone service, the work.
Telephone services, yeah, like finances, Tyler, Venus, all that.
Everything that we operate on a daily basis,
Right.
it runs through IT basically.
Absolutely.
Bill Gates rich.
You shut down, you guys shut down.
Exactly.
well, you're right. It's
Yeah.
got to the point of that.
Computer stuff's expensive.
Absolutely.
And this is a conservative budget
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
for-
Sure is.
Cut your budget about 200% before we even
Okay.
What about Windows?
Any other questions?
Gosh knows,
All
put
right,
it on your
fleet
computer.
management?
Costs us
All right.
Fleet management. Total budget of $795,701.07.
How many employees?
3.
Thank you.
What?
3 employees. Of course, they had requested a 4th, but we denied that request for this current fiscal year.
That is amazing that our cost of maintenance is $500,000 on our vehicles. $500,000.
How many character of dealership, it'd be $1 million.
Or more. And that's basically cost, right?
Yes.
That's not inflated.
No, that's cost. That's actual cost.
How many
We would not
vehicles we got?
inflate that for the purpose of a budget.
How many vehicles we got?
We can find that out, but it's over 300.
If you will, let us know that number.
You do know where each and every one is located, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Know who they are assigned to, know where they belong to.
And we do fixed
The mileage.
asset audits on occasion.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Facility services?
Facilities has 40 full-time staff.
40?
40.
Okay.
That includes all your housekeepers and maintenance. Yep.
Cindy, do we know how many housekeepers we have? I mean, how many housekeepers do we have?
I can find that out for you.
28.
Did we check with the city of Goldsboro to find out if they were raising their water and sewer rates this year?
They are.
They are?
Mhm.
And you've reflected that in the budget?
Absolutely.
10%.
Is it
10%
10%?
increase?
They went up
10%.
7, but we
7.
went up 10.
Regarding the vehicles, there's roughly 470 vehicles.
470?
I knew it was over 300.
So 470 vehicles.
That are managed by
It's a lot.
3 people. Fleet manager.
Can we find some way to reduce that number?
We try all the time.
470 vehicles.
Sure.
We got policies in place to make sure those vehicles are, as they get new ones, that the old ones are turned in and repurposed, if we can repurpose them to keep our purchase costs down. They're tracked and inventoried, and a lot of bulk of them are in your sheriff's department. We just have departments that utilize a large number of vehicles. There's a requirement. That includes your EMS trucks and
Sheriff's office.
sheriff's office are your primary ones. But building inspections, trucks roll every day, nonstop, planning, tax assessors, DSS and health.
Well, the reason that number is so important and the public recognize that, a lot of people don't recognize, I mean, I didn't think we almost had 500 vehicles that we operate in order to provide these services.
Absolutely.
And it's expensive to operate
Book
vehicles.
mobiles.
What now?
Mobile libraries.
Yeah.
The health department's got 2 or 3 things, ain't it?
Do what?
The health department's got 2 or 3.
Absolutely.
Well, bigger things. Are we good with that?
Facilities has 24 housekeepers.
24.
Okay.
And they're probably some of the hardest working people that we got.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
All right, anybody else? Sheriff's office?
Let me hear this number.
Okay, so Sheriff's Office, and that's 4310, they have 114 full-time staff, which includes one of those, which is a one-year term, which is grant funded. So, I'm sorry, that's 115 total. That's just 4310. Because they also have 4318, which is the SROs, and we'll get to that budget in a minute.
Yeah, I want to reiterate something on that was, when we get to that. All right? So is this reflect the reduction? This is counting the,
If you're talking about the detention, we'll get to that budget in a moment.
Okay.
That's
It's on the
4311.
next tab.
right, got it,
This is just the sheriff's
got
side.
it, okay.
So the original budget was 12 million. We ended up spending 13 million. Is that correct?
Last year's budget was 13,383,669, and it's 12,831 as proposed by me in today's budget.
Could I ask, what's the difference between 401K retirement, 401K retirement 5%?
What I was asking before you interrupted was the original, that 12,205.
It's last year's.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, but we ended up spending 13
Correct.
last year. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just saying that's the difference of what we
That was
originally.
last year, yeah.
And then what we ended up spending.
That's not what we've spent, I'm sorry.
It's not?
No, sir. The actual that we had, the actual spent in 2023 was 11,253,000. You do not have what we have spent thus far on this sheet.
Okay,
So-
so what's the,
Be even higher.
So let me ask you a question,
That's
that
the
13
revised
million,
budget.
is
so
that
that's what I'm saying, break it down, cause I'm confused now then. Going across there, will you break that down then, because I'm looking at it for every department, it's, the numbers are different, just everything. So, you got 11 million,
That was what was spent in 2023.
okay, and then original budget, is
That-
that what that stands for?
Original budget is what was approved by the commissioners for the 24 budget.
Okay, and then it says revised,
That includes budget amendments that were approved.
okay, and to date, that's 13 million, is that where,
The 13,383 is what budget they are operating under as of today.
okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, okay.
so does that include ARP?
No, sir.
Does not.
ARP has its own fund.
Okay, all right.
What is the increase of budget amendments of $1.1 million between the original budget and what the revised budget is?
A bunch of budget amendments.
Yes, and they get seized property money, so some of that is gonna be, that will require us to do a little research
Was there
for
a
you.
grant in there?
The grant, there's a $100,000 grant for that employee, the additional full-time person. I mean, we can give you a report on that,
Yeah, let's find out what
but
the,
there will be several pieces.
yeah, because it's $1.1 million more than what we approved in the original budget of 24.
We get budget amendments, almost every single.
It's 1.1 million?
So we can,
Well,
it
yeah, I
looks
mean,
like
I'd
a
say
lot
we
of
just
these
add it
are
real quick.
Looks like
insurance
it's more on the
proceeds.
one the right column that says proposed.
Yeah.
Do what now?
So we're on that right column of being proposed for the current, but for the
12,800.
upcoming fiscal year, we're,
Well, then that brings me to my next question. The department requested 11,800,000, but the county manager's budget is 12,800,000.
And a lot of that is due to the salary studies being entered, because the departments do not touch their payroll line items. So we increased the salaries and fringes for the salary study and the 2% COLA.
so you got a half a year last year,
Okay,
half a year.
so that
this
makes
year.
sense. So in other words, this,
You're bringing that salary raise from last year in two increments, 2 half-year increments.
you're right, I forgot all about the salary. That's what it was. All right.
Is that difference?
So do we still need them to produce all this
Well, we can tell you that $500,000 of that increase is their vehicle allocation. So that gets budgeted in the CIP budget, and once they find those vehicles and get quotes and are ready to purchase, we move it into their budget. So $500,000 of that is for their
CIP,
vehicle.
I got it.
CIP.
It's merged in.
So $500,000 off.
All right, then you've explained it. Thank you.
So do y'all still need them to produce all that paperwork?
I don't care.
Anybody?
No, I'm fine.
All right.
It's just, good to have explanation when you look at a number,
Right.
So when somebody asks
So
you.
that's when we can make our
Good
thing
documentation as we go through. Anybody got anything else?
Hold on a minute, this is a big budget.
I thought you said you were good. Just on that one section.
That's one of the biggest departments in the county, probably the biggest.
And this year, you cut the CIP from vehicles from $500,000 to $250,000, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the line item of inmate transportation? 53,1300.
That's where they transport them from wherever, all over the state to.
I mean, seriously, where do they transport?
Well, sometimes they have to transport them from the Winders Annex to the courthouse if they got to be tried. Sometimes they've got, if you're in court and the lawyer wants you brought in from Pamlico Detention Center, somebody's got to go get them and bring them in. They're reading them in.
But those are deputies that we are already paying, correct? To go and pick them up, bring them here?
Some of them, we have special arrangements that they are paid extra to do that.
But we're budgeting $90,000 for that.
We got a long
And if
program.
we've already got the vehicle, we've already got the gas that we're paying
Expensive.
for it, we already got the salaries budgeted for it. I not quite understand why we're budgeting $90,000 for inmate transportation.
Would that be overtime?
Involuntary commitments,
what now?
Holly Hill, Carolina Dunes, all over
Yeah,
the
it's
state.
IBCs as well. We are responsible for involuntary commitments across state to their facility.
Again, if you've already got the deputy, you already got the vehicle, you already got the gas.
Trillium? Is that
Yeah, but if
sound
you're-
right? No?
It says contract to East Point is paid
Yeah,
for
that's
this
the
line
line.
item, which is now Trillium.
It's what now?
We're under contract, so I imagine that there's a revenue that offsets that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Oh,
how
well,
I see
okay.
that.
Let's look and
So it could be Trillium.
Because we have we're the transporter for Trillium.
That's
so
correct.
Something's gonna offset that, I bet, in revenue. If it doesn't hit there, it might hit somewhere else.
Under the revenue section, where would that be?
We're looking,
You knew I was gonna ask.
Make transportation. Trying to find out what the revenue would be for that.
is it officer fee?
If you'd go back and check and make sure you've got a revenue to offset that.
I don't know, maybe we're under contracts to help them.
And then another question, it starts at one last. What is Arthur Commerce 53,2900? Second to the last entry, 112,000.
Other communications?
Other communication.
That's all the IT expenditures, like your phone.
Okay, all right. 5300, repair and maintenance vehicles, $120,000.
That's all them deer wrecks.
That's, that is partially true, yes. That is being offset by the insurance claims in the revenue section, the $100,000 of that.
Okay, so it is the deer strikes.
Yes.
You're in a deer population now?
Commissioner Doctor, some of that transportation, that 90,000, while we furnished the vehicles and the gas, we had an agreement with East Point that East Point would hire the deputies, so we didn't have to pay them time and a half when they're traveling.
Correct.
So that same agreement's with Trillium now?
Yes. Yeah, they picked up all contracts
They
and
did,
everything, but that saved, paying overtime.
But still, why would there be a line item there of $90,000?
Got to have an expenditure, there's a revenue recognized somewhere in there from East Point.
Yeah, they're looking on that, trying
Right,
to find that.
there's a revenue, but you got to have, for every dollar spent, you got to have a revenue of income to pay for it. So you have to show an expenditure. Okay.
And then the $90,000 fees due the state. I gotta hear this one. Why would we owe the state $90,000 out of the sheriff's department?
That, when they got to go to central prison, they got anything to do with that? As far as medical expenses and things like that, or not?
It'd be safekeeping.
Safekeeping.
Fees due the state. 56,9,300.
Used to pay monthly invoices from NCSBI for running background checks for gun permits and CCW permit, or concealed weapons permits.
There would be revenues to offset that too.
Okay, all right.
Doesn't the state test drugs and stuff like that too? Isn't that a fee? Would that come in, would that fall under that?
Probably. I don't think it's under this one, but it's probably true.
Okay, I've ended the sheet. Anybody else got anything? All right, so we go to detention.
So the detention center currently has 96, but in the budget, we have reduced that from 96 to 80 for one half of a year with anticipation of opening the new detention center.
But when we actually open the detention center, the number of jailers will be even less than that. I mean, I thought we were really cutting back on staff.
18.
Cut 16.
16.
I know, they were cutting more than that when it was justified in regards to building.
I think it was
I don't
in
remember it being,
Well, 16's gonna compute into close to $1 million, ain't it? 800, plus benefits.
For half a year.
Well, not for half a year, I'm just talking about total.
Let me, hold on.
Cause I remember the figure was gonna be somewhere like $1.2 million. Somewhere thereabouts anyway.
My guess is you're not gonna be able to put your prisoners in the new facility in the fiscal year that you're looking at this budget. They say that once they say it's ready, then it's gonna take 4 to 5 months, state coming down.
I understand.
Determined.
But again, I just want to make sure that we don't have creepage of employees. That we were committed that we would cut staff dramatically because on each floor, you've got, currently, you've got a number that are actually being guarded 24 hours a day, and we're cutting that back to where you are actually having, as I recall, based upon how it's set up, you've got 4 per shift.
So 16 should compute with fringes and everything about $921,000 round figures. That's just quick figuring.
For a year.
Yeah, for a year.
That's about right.
Did that choke you up?
It choked me up,
No,
but I was already choked up.
Wouldn't there be certain regulations that they have to have a certain amount of employees per inmate?
Detention officers have to go by every 15
10
minutes
minutes
to
in-
check the
yes,
cells.
yes. So
And
we
when
still
they-
have to be so many per inmate regardless, no matter what jail you build or what size or whatever, still gotta be a certain number.
What was the total number of staff in the jail?
Currently 96.
96. Minus
16 be 80.
16.
How many is he down now?
We
do
can
you
look
know?
and see if
I
there's.
can look
That
that
was
up.
what I was fixing to ask, is how many is he down?
Burger's coming back. I just want to make sure that we are not having creepage.
We'll make sure that if we can cut more, I'll cut more.
Thank you.
But I think the ones we cut were vacancies currently. Potentially could be some more cuts down the road.
Five.
Just five.
Five vacancies right now.
So would that make it 21 total, or is that gonna make it still 80? I mean,
No, that's gonna make it 80.
80 total?
Yeah.
So the five is included, like in.
He's got 5 vacancies.
I got you.
Our pay scale, is it, and compared to Greene County, if anybody knows, are they about the same or?
As far as our jailers,
Yeah.
we just adjusted our jailers, remember? Their market, it's at market, so it's adjusted median of the 10 competing counties that we lose employees to.
Do what now?
We take 5 counties that are similar to us in revenue and size, and 5 counties that we lose employees to. We take the job description, adjust to the median salary, so we are competitive with our 10 counties, and our sheriff's detention is current.
I don't think we've ever lost a detention officer to Greene County.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. Apparently, one of ours put me down as a reference, and I got a call from the Greene County Detention Center, and, I just told it like it was. I've known the fellow all of his life, and, he comes from a good family and all, but I did get a call from Greene County. Now, how it went, I don't have a clue, and really don't care, but,
That might have been the state. Got a state thing.
We're competitive.
he said Greene County.
We're competitive with all our counties around.
Okay, all right.
Yep, for pay. Now, people leave for other reasons, not just pay.
And not to put you on the spot, but could you get us a number at some point in regards to where we are currently, for this current year, of receipts for inmates from out of county? How much have we brought in already through the end of April or whatever?
Okay,
Thank you.
well,
Well, I see that we had budgeted 1.6 million, then we budgeted 1.7 million last year, but we're cutting that down to 1.28.
and I think that's partly due to Johnston County
Johnston
opening.
County. It goes back to my comments on changing the rates we don't want to run off any business. We'd like to keep that revenue up.
We've got some that's potentially interested.
Well, I'm all the time marketing ourselves to other counties, but
Oh, now we get down to expenses.
wow.
I am sure that the majority of the citizens of this county do not recognize that it costs this county $10 million to operate our jails.
They don't have a clue.
$10 million.
Yep.
They can't even figure out why we're building a new one.
Do you want the local number?
Yes.
$680,510.
680?
$680,510 is what we collected from other counties.
Through what?
May 8th.
Through May 8th? From other counties and the Sheriff's Association?
That's just the county.
Oh, yeah.
Sheriff Association is $369,776, and that is through May, early May.
$1 million. 1.5 almost.
Yeah. Okay, that's about right. Okay. We were bringing in $100,000 a month, so 1.2 is about a good estimate.
Any other questions? All right, day reporting.
Day reporting has 6 full-time staff.
How many, Angie? I'm sorry.
6.
How many, how many clients do they cover generally on a month?
We'll have to reach out to them to find out.
Well, we need to know that, because
many clients.
if they're only handling 35 or 40, do we really need 6 looking after those? Let's find out how many we are servicing. Because we're spending $500,000 on there. And I remember John Bell when he was on this board, and I'd bring up that, what do you mean, you're not gonna, that was his pet project.
It keeps people out of your jail.
It does, it does.
Now, I don't think the number of employees has changed since it came an agency.
Agreed, so I think we need to look at it.
Anybody else got
I think
anything?
the number of people they serve has gone up.
I hope so.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, I just
I'm
remember
good with that.
a few years ago, we purchased additional ankle, bracelets. So a couple of years ago to increase capacity. So.
Yeah, I wanted to,
Okay.
I wanted to expand that as much as I could, so that somebody else is feeding them and somebody else is medicating them and
Right.
looking after them.
All right, school resource officers.
I saw in your budget message that you said that we increased our line item on school resource officers by $100 and some odd thousand.
160-something.
What?
Yes, sir, that's due to your, salary study.
Oh, so we didn't add any positions, we just, the salary study.
Increased funding due to salary changes.
Angie, head count, please.
I'm sorry, SROs. So 4318, that is, wait a minute, let me change my date, sorry. $19.
Thank you.
That 709 is the, 709,000 is the grant, correct? Yeah. So it actually cost us over the 709,000, it cost us $1,023,000 plus the 160-some thousand, is that correct?
It's included in
It
your
is?
1.734 million expenditure line.
So to provide, school resource officers, we get $700,000. We back up, we get $709,756. It costs us $1.734 million.
Yeah, so it costs us $1 million.
Over,
net.
a billion 20, yeah, exactly.
And
Over a million.
my question is, why aren't we getting credit for that? Because that absolutely goes to the benefit of schools. But they turn around and saying that local dollars are so much less, and we have to include all expenditures for the schools.
Is the city paying for any of the SROs?
We've got, one or two. Don't they still do Goldsboro High School?
They did at one
Last I
time.
recall was Goldsboro High School, but they may or may not be there either.
I don't think they're.
Well, let me flip that just a bit. Why would we not just simply increase our funding for the schools and require them to provide their own security, their own SROs? Now, if we did that, we would actually get the benefit for all of the records that we are contributing a higher percentage over to the schools. Is there any reason why they've got to, the employment has to come through the county?
Well, I don't mean this ugly, but I don't really know, and I really don't mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but I really don't want to rent a cop protecting my youngin' at
I
school.
didn't say, no, I didn't say that. I mean, these are deputies.
I understand that, but you gonna have, they got to be under the
They
sheriff.
got to be under the sheriff for one thing.
And why?
That's the state.
Because they're sworn law
Exactly, that's the
officers.
state law. It's the sheriff, that's the,
All these mandates are coming down from the state, so you have no other choice but to do it a certain way, correct?
well, the
I don't
sheriff.
think we're
A sheriff's
mandating.
deputy is gonna serve underneath the sheriff. He's not gonna serve under a superintendent.
Exactly. I mean, that's not, he's not gonna be a sworn officer, but the sheriff is the,
That'd be a legal
Yeah,
question.
and the agreement that they have is that if the sheriff needs them in an emergency, they can get pulled off from the school. And they can, when there's no school going on, they do regular deputy work. And when the school needs to hire them for something, a ball game, something like that, the school pays them. So it's not over, it's not time and a half.
Where does the 709,000 come from?
state grant.
That's a state grant
It's a
through.
2-year, it's every 2 years they apply for it. Is that right? The superintendent applies for it, the school system applies for it.
Does that come from the budget, or does that come from Department of Public Instruction?
That comes from the state legislature, if I'm not mistaken, because the state legislature put more money in the, budget for school resource officers about 2 years ago.
Yeah, we can find out. Do you know off the top of your head, or?
No, but
you can
I'm
research it?
looking, and if I can't find it, we will ask.
Well, and the reason I'm saying that is, someone determined at some point that $700,000 would provide the school resource officers for certain schools. We evidently have agreed to provide more school resource officers than the state was funding.
Well, we have because at one time, the city was providing them within the city limits on some of the schools, correct?
To my knowledge, that's what was happening. I think the county decided to take a stance to provide more coverage. This board did at one point in time. I remember the meeting. I wasn't the
Right, but what I'm
assistant
saying is,
manager at that time.
how long has that figure, that grant been $700,000, I guess is what I'm asking.
The whole time?
It's always been
Is that a
round
legislative
figure.
ask? Another legislative note to, ask for more
$1 million.
funding?
All of these officers, they would still be under the sheriff's payroll if they
Yes.
weren't doing resource, right?
Well,
Most of them are retired, aren't they?
they're full-time. They got to go to school and.
LET school.
I'm
I
just
think
saying.
it kind of started that way, but
Well, I'm just saying that it'd be, so if, just take away the 700,000.
they'd be
say
sheriff's
were-
deputies.
They would still be sheriff deputies, so it still would be costing us
Yeah.
money to supervise, to do their
Correct.
job, which now you're doing this job just actually in a school, protecting the
Right.
kids. These kids work in school, you would still have to protect them either way. So it really doesn't matter. Either way, you would still be paying for that same exact job. So trying to say, oh, we're spending this money. No, we're spending this money because that's what we have to do to protect our citizens. Just like they're out of school, they're getting out of school. You still got to pay that resource officer. Even though he's not going to be at that school because he has to be out protecting and serving. So it's still the same exact thing. So we're arguing over something that doesn't matter at all.
Well, I think that if we didn't provide the resource officers, if we didn't decide to provide the service to, for resource officers, they wouldn't be on the payroll because they wouldn't be needed.
Well, we're still down sheriffs, so they still would be needed. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he still has empty slots.
We ain't down that many.
Well, he has some, so it still wouldn't matter, Chris. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, just like I'm saying, kids are getting ready to get out of school. These officers still have to go out and do their job.
Oh, they're gonna.
So that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? We're making a big deal over this money when it's something that we would spend either way.
Well, let me, and Board, I know, and Wayne, I know you remember this as well. Several years back, they did not have the electronics, they didn't have the security of the schools, they didn't have those things to give protection. And this board decided to provide those extra resource officers at that time. That was probably 4 or 5 years ago. The problem with that is that now they have had grants and dollars coming in from ESSER funds and so forth to provide those cameras and the security as such at those schools, but we're still providing that extra $1 million that we're spending for school resource officers. And I remember the conversation, and that is, be careful about providing it, because once you provide it, you will never be able to pull them back.
Yeah, but a camera and a security system ain't gonna protect you, young.
And two, you're still talking about something that's mandated from the state. And then again, we will still have these same officers. It may not be $1 million that we're spending, but we're still spending.
But
money.
again,
So
the
it
state
doesn't matter.
did not mandate this. This was an action of this board. It was over and beyond.
Every school I've been to has a resource officer. I don't care where you're at in the state. I don't know what you're saying that it's not special just for Wayne County. Every school's got resource officers. I mean, every school in North Carolina that I know of.
That's the reason the state
Every school in Georgia has resource officers. I mean, it's not like we're doing something special. We're arguing over or going back and forth on something that, it's they're there to protect the kids. You know what I mean? So you're turning on $1 million. Either way, we would still be paying those salaries.
I would just like for us to get credit.
I think an argument against that would be that I would think that Johnston County or any other county around us is probably not getting credit for their school dollars for the money they spend on school resource officers either. So
They're probably
it's
spending
probably
3 times more than us.
Yeah, because it depends on the number of schools you got and all different factors.
I think initially when it started, you were putting them just in the high schools, and then we started putting them in the middle schools.
Yes, that's what
And now
happened. Yes, sir.
they're
It's in
even
every
in
school.
the
And
elementary schools.
the grant funds has not gone up, but the cost of doing business has.
Right, and every time you get a school shooting somewhere in the country, everybody wants.
Exactly.
And that was when we changed the elementary schools. We sat right in here. I remember it being discussed, and we upped the number at that time.
Let's add it to our legislative goals to actually have increased
Give us some
funding for
more
school
money.
resource officers.
Right.
We're not advocating for
less,
for bringing them back. Making less, exactly. We want to keep them there.
Just want to cover some of the expense.
All right, the 911, telecommunication unrestricted.
They have 31 full-time employees.
Who was that, Mercy Management?
No, we're on 911 telephone. 911
unrestricted.
They got how many employees?
31.
Page 56.
Okay, 31, gotcha.
$2,683,384.29.
I'm telling you, the average citizen thinks that their 911 fees on their cell phones is paying for the service. And it's not. That goes to the state.
And then the problem is getting in there back from that 911 board.
Amen.
It's our money, but we've been fighting this thing for a long time.
Yeah, we have.
Anybody got any questions?
We're good.
All right, we're going to emergency management.
Office of Emergency Services has 4 full-time staff members.
So emergency services is gonna consist of fire marshal,
Yes.
emergency management, you what? 911 should be up under.
Administrative assistant.
Administrative assistant.
Administrative
Who's the fourth-
assistant.
Who's the fourth one?
Code enforcement.
Move that.
But in the proposed budget, that will be reduced to
To three.
3. And that one staff member will be moved to planning.
Yeah.
What's that, code enforcement?
Code enforcement.
Yep.
Putting all code enforcement under Barry.
What's the position of administrative assistant?
Do you have anything for emergency management?
That's the one that sits at the lady that sits at the door. You come in. she
Pays
looks-
all the bills,
Yeah, takes care of all the
administrative
She
duties.
takes care of all of the 911 stuff also.
I have the tab, but I don't have any information.
Information.
What's that?
You don't have the
I'm missing
information.
information for you.
Start filling that one.
Carol, I'm missing information for emergency management.
Oh, yes.
No, I'm missing the information for it. Oh, okay.
It's coming. It should be 110-4330.
No, it's totally missing.
Okay.
You just go to inspections.
But you got the tab,
I have the tab.
but you ain't got
Just
the
don't
tab.
have to take a look.
So you got 59 through 61.
Any questions on that?
What were y'all talking about, something missing?
He's missing some papers. Wait for him to get his papers.
It's
Yeah.
not a problem. I can look on with Betty
He
before he
got,
gets
I'll
here.
get,
Thank you, man.
if he's got any questions, he can ask him now while we're on.
I apologize.
Oh, not a problem. Thank you, Chris.
Look over there, see if you got any questions. It's 3 employees and not 4 now, right?
Starting the first day of July.
3 employees on that one.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move. Got any questions? You good?
I'm good.
All right, let's go on to inspections.
Inspections has 7 employees.
So they're making 200,000.
Yeah.
Do what?
They're making 200,000.
Yes.
And
Jason told me that he probably did more permits this past year than they ever have.
And it shows.
We're gonna review their all their revenues.
Yeah.
So there may be up a little bit more.
And they didn't charge for the Fremont school, right?
Okay.
Any questions? All right, moving on to medical examiner.
I did, I think, just back up on the inspections. Before we passed, didn't we bump his inspection revenues up on our own? Our estimated revenues?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll still ask him to review his permit fees, but we bumped those revenues based on construction.
890.
He said, well, a few of them, he said they've been close to $1 million at the
Yeah.
charge for the school thing, so. All right, go on to medical
He's
exam.
got some big industrial projects
Yeah.
that he's gonna garner in because of certain things happening in the
Exactly.
industrial park, so.
Yep.
Medical examiner,
Yes, sir.
That is what it is.
You gotta have 'em.
Any questions? All right, ambulatory services.
One question, how many people are in that department?
That's not a
medical
county
examiner's
department.
not an
County?
department, no.
It's just like a professional services type. Okay. Ambulatory services.
They have 88 full-time, and we're adding one, so they will be up to 89.
So, on your revenue page, you see a pretty good increase in revenues. Still operating at a huge loss, but the revenues are up over previous years.
Well, I noticed that you had a voluntary EMS fee, or
Yes, sir.
did you estimate any revenue from that?
300,000 is a,
Okay, I see it right here, subscription.
as a, just a guess. I don't know how it's gonna be perceived. We just took a stab, said $300,000 for the first year. Next year, we'll be able to tell you more. But I have circulated the idea around to several citizens, and I've had a lot of people say that they would participate in it.
Absolutely. I'll sign
What
it.
It
type
would save money
What type of cost are you talking about?
to administer it.
No,
Per-
what
per
fee
citizen.
are you?
We'd rather come back with you on that
Okay. Right.
at a later date.
Sign me, I'll be the first one. to
When we
sign it.
actually present the program to you.
Okay.
I'd hate to speak now and regret what I say.
Any other
Okay.
questions?
It'll be reasonable.
Animal control.
Animal control has 13 full-time employees.
Is he fully staffed?
I'm not sure how many vacancies he got, but he's not fully staffed. We can't hardly keep him there. It's a revolving door. It's just a tough department. Yeah, a lot of part-time positions.
Well, and I just pointed out for public consumption here that most citizens are not aware that it costs us $1.25 million to operate our animal services.
Correct.
I mean, they're not aware. You know, it's,
Looks like they have 2 vacancies.
But that figure that you give us, is that included in the vacancies?
Yes.
So when you do your, what you're giving us budgeted numbers,
Yes.
right, all right. Any other questions? All right, law enforcement separation allowance.
it is what it is.
This is not an actual department. This is just what we're paying those that have retired
That's
up to the
mandated.
age of 62.
Say it's mandated.
All right, transportation.
This is also not an actual county department.
Any questions? All right, we go to planning.
Planning has 5 currently, and we're moving one into that department, so their count will be 6.
That'll be one that was at,
Code enforcement.
the one that was at OES earlier.
Yeah. Never here to go to work now.
Every department. The expenses is more than the revenues.
Again, we are reviewing our fees because there's a wide discrepancy here with regards to our cost of operating that and our fees that we're charging.
Part of that operational fees are being, come out of landfill because they write solid waste tickets. That's part of the reason for moving code enforcement there.
Do what now?
Because they write tickets for solid waste, for illegal dumping.
Okay.
Their salaries are paid out of solid waste. You're limited in the amount of ways you can spend solid waste money. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Why did beaver control go up so dramatically?
They had to
We
hire another
doubled,
man.
we added a second position. We were hiring a second position with the state to attack beaver problems that we have in this county in hopes of reducing some flooding issues that farmers are experiencing and subdivisions are experiencing around this county. They're just getting, we're overrun with beavers. This is like the third year I've tried to put it in, and
One man can't keep up with it.
Not at all.
and I think we, at least for a year, ought to try putting 2 people on it.
Okay.
About 10 acres of
We
land.
got fields that sometimes the farmers can't even get in the
You got
field.
people's buildings being flooded, and
Yep.
they got 10-foot beaver dams in the woods. It looks like the Lockwater Rapids on the GIS map.
10 acres they've called for drain.
All right, planning GIS.
That's just the GIS side.
That's Julio.
There's no,
No revenue?
there's no person in that department. Person's under the planning department. That salary's under the planning department. Remember I said earlier, tax mapping used to be under planning? Well, it used to be under GIS. That's why this was a separate budget, because it had employees in it at one time. But with the maneuvering around through time, it kind of got back apart, and we just left this separate because it does have some maintenance line items for software and things of that nature in it. But Julio's salaries and all are in that planning budget that's shown.
He's somebody that we need to make sure we hold on to.
Keep him happy.
All right, economic.
He's actually over at Berry's doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
in
he works in the same, yes,
Right.
but he works for every department.
Okay.
He works for every department that would use his services, yeah.
I got a question on this one. On revenues, 875,000, but yet we got grant expenses for 1,901,000.
We're on economic development now.
So
I
that,
mean, wouldn't
so we will, this budget will get adjusted through reappropriations. We have a lot of grants that are being operated here. So in the new year, you'll see a reappropriation for additional grants.
towards the revenue side?
Now, on the revenue side, the reason why your revenues are less than your expenditures is because we have a lot of incentive grants for the businesses where we've reached agreements with them. Once they meet those thresholds,
But they had to provide so many jobs, they start getting, is that right?
the county tax incentive,
Right.
How many people?
one.
I thought so. Make sure.
I'm just looking at the grant expense, what it costs us to do the grants. 1,000,009.
Any other questions?
Oh, if you can, give me just a minute on that.
Now, that's under the assumption that they meet those thresholds next year. It doesn't necessarily happen, but we have to have the funds available to pay them if they do, because that's the agreement that we've reached.
Well, how many grants have we done, the cost expense of 1,975,000? How many grants have we participated in?
Now, this is for over the years too, so let me look that up for you.
Several, every time she comes
Yes,
up here with
there's-
economic incentive.
Yeah, I know that, but how much, it don't show like like I'm used to looking at it in revenue. You get an incentive, why don't it show up on the revenue side?
Because it's funds that we are paying, the county. We're not receiving them from anyone to pay them out. We do have some from,
Like a match, per se.
is it Department of Commerce?
Department of Commerce.
So the incentive grants are county dollars, so they're only gonna show up on the expenditure side.
But those are also offset by the property taxes. Pay the property taxes first and then you pay those out.
Well,
But
to
the
me,
property tax is not gonna show up as a
It's not
revenue.
gonna show up in this budget.
not in that departmental budget. Put,
It's not, it's gonna look lopsided, but it's not.
1, 2, 3.
All right, the question I have is, our agreement to set aside so many dollars annually for product, is that in the budget?
Yes, it is. That is found, and it was 14, Ms. Aycock, the grants, tax incentive grants. That is found in your contingency line item, the very last one, 262,000.
What is that?
That's, those funds that we have set aside for product.
Okay, all right.
that recurs every year.
Okay. All right. Is there a reason why we're missing the next page? For Friends of Seymour?
I got mine.
Oh, here it is, it was stuff.
Anybody got any more questions on the economic development? All right, Friends of Seymour? Any questions?
That is one,
133,625.
I mean, it's one person there,
Yeah. I would
Well,
say.
that's the,
or half a person?
There's no county
they
employees
county
there.
employees. That's gonna be.
Explain what this is.
That's the Friends, that's the, Crossroads, or whatever the.
Pays for your lobbyist in Washington.
So we contribute the money to Friends of Seymour, and Friends of Seymour pays the
Right.
lobbyists. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they've changed lobbyists, haven't they?
Yep.
So that's going from
Yeah. That's gonna make a difference too.
60,000 to 133?
Wings of Wayne is in there also, and so is Crossroads Strategies Agreement.
So our portion of Crossroads is 90,000.
Yeah, Crossroads was more than the previous
The last one
lobbyist.
was 60,000,
Roosevelt
Crossroads is 180 total.
Well, how come the 2024 original budget was 30,000, but the revised budget was 806,125? That's a big, lot of budget amendments.
Because we had $750,000 grant that we
So-
received
so
from
that's grant?
CDBG, NR
That runs under expense?
for the grant expenditure side, yes, ma'am.
Why was that under Friends of Seymour?
It's community development. That's just where those two,
Oh, it was just a spot to put it.
It's kind of weird to me.
So, I'm correct, we're spending $90,000 on the new firm for the lobbyists, correct?
Correct.
And then $40,000 on Wings Over Wayne?
Not that much, because it's gonna
Wings
be
Over Wayne
part
is
of
15.
Ken's.
15 for that, then you have part of the salary for the Ken, and then you have also, we pay part of the salary for the Chamber of Commerce lady that does the mailings and the scheduling and the minutes and everything, the administrative assistant.
So can we get a better breakdown of that than just, because it's just, the number up here, we don't really know what it's for or anything. You know what I'm saying? It's just got 133, but it
Well,
doesn't have.
it's really a donation, a transfer from Wayne County to an agent, to a separate agency. I mean, it's not a county department, Friends of Seymour, that's a separate group, but we can break that down.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I still don't know. Like, you're telling me now, but I didn't know what all this was going for. I should, you know,
Right.
even if it was right here, I wouldn't have to ask.
But it's not you understand, it's not a county department.
Yeah, but we still need a breakdown of what we're donating to each person involved that gets for each salary.
So you got that on that, so we'll get a breakdown on that.
Ms.
Right.
Aycock, I can explain why it's looking unusual on that 750. There was no revenues budgeted in the upcoming fiscal year, so the revenue sheet did not print. The reason it's showing on the expenditure is because we have expenditures we're anticipating. So the revenue for the 750 is budgeted in this fiscal year.
Okay.
Does that make?
Yeah, it
Okay.
does. I just see a big figure, like
Yeah.
that. It just throws me off.
All right, any other questions? All right, cooperative extension.
Cooperative extension. They have 3 full-time staff members.
It's just another service we do, isn't it?
Well, this is a little confusing. North Carolina State University salary of $619,000.
Yes, sir. So we are billed for part of the salaries for the cooperative extension agents and the director positions. We are billed by NC State. So they pay all of the salaries and wages, and they bill us for our portion.
But you're only talking about 3 employees.
Those 3 employees are our staff fully. So there is approximately 6 staff members that we pay part of their salaries for.
They are NC State employees.
All right, so the 619 is for 6,
I'm gonna confirm that figure for sure.
so they work for NC State University, but we have to reimburse them,
We contribute to their salary, yes.
contribute to it.
Yeah,
So
we
they
don't
pay
pay,
more
we
than
don't,
we don't
we
pay
don't,
it fully.
we don't even reimburse them for all their salary. I mean, it's
right.
split, we pay part of it, and it's, NC State pays part.
Well, how much do these 6 people make? I mean, if we're only, it's 600,000 that we pay.
That's fringe benefits and all, right?
Correct. Let her
But
verify
still,
that
that's over
number.
$100,000 each that we're paying.
Let her verify that number, because that don't sound right.
11. Well, I was way off. It's 11.
It's
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say they're notoriously cheap at NC State, so.
All right, I
It
feel a
makes
little.
more sense.
Say, I'm gonna go work for that department.
Me too.
When will happen, when's gonna be an announcement on who the new farm agent's gonna be, or don't we know yet?
Whenever NC State releases it.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, soil conservation.
They have 4 full-time staff.
So the grant expenditures, that basically covers everything?
I'm
Am
sorry?
I reading this? The grant expenditures, does that, well, no, it doesn't cover
It doesn't cover. it,
everything.
but They, had a large grant they administered last year for conservation easements. It's still ongoing yet, but that was the big money last year that raised their revenue.
You won't see those in this budget because they will be reappropriated. We don't budget for grants that are ongoing because we don't know what that will be at year end. So we'll come back to you with a reappropriation budget amendment at the beginning of the year.
Commissioner Foster, those don't cover any employees.
Yes, fast, okay. So employees and stuff and everything's run at 300,000.
Correct.
Any other questions? All right, mental health.
Why was that 42,000 this year and back to 10.5?
They have only requested 10,500 in the past.
I know, but the revised budget for this is 42,000. Why is that?
Because that was their agency agreement. But in order to be funded or to receive those funds, you have to submit reports on a quarterly basis. And we only received the initial report.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, other human services?
Other human services. What would that be?
480,000 or something.
480.
JCP's there?
Oh, that's my line item. Oh, okay.
That's communities and schools, wages, nutrition program for elderly, wages, foster grandparents, Wayne Uplift, and Watch.
How much to watch?
220.
220.
220,000.
We're gonna start fighting this
No,
battle.
no,
again.
no, I'm not. I'm not. Moving on.
Any other questions? All right, veteran services?
No.
Y'all have some, would y'all have some questions?
No,
on
no,
it?
we're
Oh,
good.
okay.
Veterans has four full-time employees.
Do we get many complaints from that department?
Yeah, more compliments than anything.
That's a change from several years ago.
Yeah, that was the reason I was asking the question, 'cause I know at one time we were having some issues, but apparently they've been ironed out. But anything we do for the veterans, I'm all in.
Isn't that, don't we have to actually look after some of the stuff that was on the base that we've taken care of, now it's on us?
Correct. Qualifying them for benefits.
Huh? Qualifying for
Yep.
benefits?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody on base, you know.
Anybody else?
I mean, you know, and the benefits that they can get, because, we thank them all the time and all, but being in the military is not the best paying job in the world.
Yeah, but the issue is you got a base that deleted, or I say a base, you got the military that deleted the position to be able to get them benefits when they get out.
Yeah.
I mean, so we're stepping up to the plate and taking care of that.
That's what we need to do.
All right, library,
The library has 23 full-time staff.
That includes all three libraries.
Yes, sir.
The grant revenue, that's, I see it is changing every year.
she applies for right many grants.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if it was
She's
pretty
good on
consistent
grants
or
now.
whether it changes every, but it does change every
Yeah,
year.
it
So you
changes.
already know what you got coming in there.
They don't hesitate to
Pretty
apply
like
for
on
a
a
grant.
monthly
I can tell you
basis.
that.
How much does it cost the county per year to run?
$2.8 million. That's total.
Okay. Make sure I got my lines right, okay.
Am I looking at that right?
Yes, sir.
Yep, $2,851,584.53.
And till I got on this board, you know, I was thinking old school. I was thinking, they don't know about to use the library no more. But boy, was I wrong. I mean, that was sticker shock almost when I found out how much the community uses the library and the things that they can, you know, go to the library and do that they, you know, can't from home or whatever.
All right, moving on to Literacy Connections. So, am I looking at this correctly? It comes $143,114. No, that ain't right.
That's total general fund.
Oh, okay.
It's total of all your counts that's in the general fund.
Okay.
It's 198,000.
198, one second. I'll fix this.
How many folks?
So they actually have, they have 3 staff, full-time staff, but they reimburse us for all of that.
Oh, really? Okay.
The county appropriates them 100,000 outside of what they reimburse us for.
There is an appropriation in there for Literacy Connections,
Let's see.
$1,000.
What am I looking at? What is that right there? What is number 98? Page 98.
So that's the end of the general fund.
Okay.
So just, the line beside total literacy connections is for revenues is 198,167.
So basically, that's where they are reimbursing the county for the salaries.
Yes, sir.
And we give them 100,000 on top of that, or is that included?
Give them 100,000 total.
We give them 100 on top of what they reimburse us back for, right?
That's correct.
They've asked for increases past several years.
I want to make sure I'm correct too. I'd say we're giving them 100,000, but your bottom line total for them to operate and everything is still 318,000. But out of that 318,000, we're only responsible for 100,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's the one right above it where it says appropriation. Okay, I got it. Do we make any progress on that?
It's not funded. I mean, I did not put it in.
We didn't, okay. All right, any questions? County aid.
$6120.
To recreation?
That is Special Olympics.
You said Special Olympics?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the 50,000?
That's Goldsboro Bridge Battlefield and Old Waynesboro Park.
Equal amounts to each or what?
10,000 to Goldsboro Bridge and 40 to Waynesboro.
That's where we, purchased the land at, old.
Those are yearly contributions that the
No,
county
no,
makes.
no, well, yeah,
Waynesboro Park used to be a state park. The state closed it down. Made the commission, Waynesboro Park Commission, and kept it open. The county started contributing at that point.
What I'm saying is, this is where we bought the land at the old.
Yes,
yeah.
adjacent to Goldsboro Bridge back
Right,
there.
right.
So this county aid, recreation, every year, we're able to fund areas of our choice. Because I know normally we weren't doing, the bridge, the Waynesboro, battlefield. So it's just something that we do periodically if the board decides that they see something that they want to fund.
Goldsboro Bridge Battlefield's a nonprofit that submitted a budget request some time ago, and the county has granted them $10,000 a year. Continued it through this year.
My question is, if there was something similar to that.
Oh, any nonprofit is available, it was to submit to the county if they wanted to apply for funding.
We have an outside agency form that nonprofits can make requests each year during the budget process.
Thank you so much, I appreciate that.
Then the next one is the
What service?
County Aid Museum, I guess is the,
That's the Arts Council
For 30,000
and Wayne County Museum.
for 27.
so we give the,
Wayne County Museum.
27 and we get the Arts Council more.
We just went based off what they requested.
Yeah, but if you would, in next year's budget, if you can break that out separately rather than.
I have several of those notes. The list
Okay,
in front of those
rather than just
sections.
lumping it together, because when I first looked at it, I said, we're giving the museum $57,000? Okay.
What was it again, the breakdown?
The Arts Council is 30, and then Wayne County Museum is 27.
Gotcha, thank you.
All right, moving on to debt service.
Well, that is what it is. Wow.
Big figures, ain't they?
I gotta ask, what's the service charges for $500?
Let's see.
I mean, on $14 million, you'd think they could absorb $500
Well,
in
they're-
service charges.
They're making $500,000 on interest, it looks to me.
I think it's just the loan servicing fee. It is from Truist.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
$500 per year. And it's their administrative fee.
To collect $14 million. Okay, whatever. I'll move on.
Cabbage.
Well, that's just like,
Transfers,
I gotta hear this explanation, $53 million.
So this is to transfer, say, over to, Services on Agent, Services on Agent, Department of Social Services, Health Department, to our capital, our CIP fund, Wayne Community College, the schools. This is just transferring out the funds that is budgeted in the general fund to all of the other funds.
Can I ask a question? Well, can I ask for something? I know it may be, and I know it's listed in each one of these what we're transferring, but can we get just a list, name, what's being
And
transferred from?
when we go through each one of these funds, I will point out that line item.
Okay, okay.
But I don't understand why this report doesn't break them out for us.
Yeah, that's what
They
I
break them out
wanted.
for you,
Yes.
but why wouldn't it be broken out here?
Because that would mean this would be about 2,000 pages long with all the details.
Oh.
How much transfer are you doing?
Don't worry about what I said.
I'm
Scratch
talking
what I
about,
said.
I'm talking about all the
Scratch that.
details for the whole budget.
she's trying to conserve
No, I'm just,
paper.
I know, but I'm just talking about the transfers.
When we go
They're
through,
actually all in this budget by the
Yeah,
tab they're in.
I've seen them, but I was just wondering, I was asking for the same thing, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
If it's gonna be how many pages again?
well, I don't know, that might be exaggerated, but it would be a whole lot more than what you're looking
1,900
at.
pages.
This is the expenditure side, so when we get to these funds, say Services on Aging in 116, there will be a revenue that shows you the money that's coming in to Services on Aging to pay for their services.
Well, the way I look at it, Angie, this is fund balance, correct? That we're transferring?
ma'am.
This is not fund balance
No,
transfer
ma'am.
from other funds?
Mm-mm. That's fund
Where's it?
balance. Fund balance would be separate.
It's
So
just
they-
transfers in from the general fund.
Yes, to help support DSS.
Right.
Or whatever fund it is. I'll show you.
Which is generally the fund I generally look at to see how much it's really costing the county taxpayer.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
Exactly right.
All right.
all right, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, we're making good time.
Yep. We good?
Yep.
Sales tax fund.
All right, sales tax fund.
Which needs to be a fourth bigger.
So that 8,068,000, that's taxes that will apply towards schools, is that what that is? I mean, you said total public schools, 8,068,842.
Correct.
So that'll go to Wayne County Schools.
That will go to debt service or building projects.
Okay.
Yes, this sales tax is designated specifically for facilities for schools.
Yes, sir.
So it has to be spent either for debt service or for construction projects or whatever.
Yeah, it goes to
And I think
school.
every bit of this has been designated for debt service. Is that correct?
Yes, most of it, has been, well, let's look at this. Transfers, the 6,181,000,
Right,
see where it says transfer other fund?
right.
So 2 million of that is what we are giving the schools for small projects.
Okay.
If you remember last year, it was like 2.4, it's 2 million this year.
Don't hear that.
And then the other 4.1 million is being transferred to cover debt service.
And what is this next line item? Contingency capital out, what is that?
That's additional funds that is being received to set aside for other projects that may be needed down the line, school projects.
All right, any other questions? Services on aging?
Okay. Services on agent, if you see the figure that's the 116, 5,600, 398, 100, transfer GF. GF means general fund. So here is one of those line items from that transfer total. So we're transferring in $516,299 from the general fund to help support services on aging. We're also using $500,000 of her fund balance to balance her fund.
So it's about $1 million that it's taken to basically put in her revenue to carry
That's-
her expenses.
That's correct.
And that's all of her departments, is that correct?
Yes, sir. All her 116 fund departments or divisions.
That's how many people?
Oh,
How many?
she has 6 full-time employees.
So again, the way I look at this in every budget is that 516,000 is actually what it costs the budget. It costs to
And
fund
the
that
fund balance
department.
Well,
appropriation too?
yeah, that's right. You need to look at both figures because that 500,000 was probably transferred in at some point but not used. So like Ms. Aycock said, it's, $1 million.
Okay.
Is that all? Oh, gracious. That's a big,
A lot of figures
they
there.
got just,
You got a whole bunch of different funds.
that's grants.
She does. Hers are broken down in her different programs, in-home aid,
But that
transportation.
The first one is pretty much carries all of it, right? Covers it all, the first page or second page? All right, we good?
Yep.
All right, 4H. How many employees? One?
No employees are paid under this fund. No full-time employees, that is.
So they're under, Crawford Extension.
Yes, sir.
Angie, I just got, excuse me, I'm sorry, Chris. I just got asked a question on this 4-H. Now, we've done fund balance appropriation on that on the 39,100. You know, I call fund balance, borrowing from our bank, you basically. I seen we borrowed 15,500 last year, and we had a revised budget of $93,062 in your fund balance. I mean, how much fund balance does she have that we keep borrowing from? The bank's gonna come up empty one day, cause I don't see a lot of revenue. Not only on this one, but a lot of them, you know.
Let me look that up for you.
I mean, just,
Don't they get some money from the state?
they don't show up on the revenue stuff. They do.
I mean, could it be,
Talking about 4-H.
could it be hidden in somewhere
But the
else?
thing about 4-H, it's kind of messed up because of COVID, and it kind of messed up the 4-H program. Not really back where they were at one time.
At the end of June, they had about 500,000.
So at the end of June, they had $500,000 left in their fund balance.
Well, really?
A lot.
There had to be some state money in there somewhere.
Well, I look at 2024, you know, we've budgeted 15,500, but we done revisions of $93,062.
So actually, we're funding them through their fund balance.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is this where the, on page 135?
Yeah.
Never mind. There's, and I was looking at 23. Forget I asked.
$29,000 to do it, but you borrowed $10,000 from the bank to
I
support that
was looking
expense.
at the top numbers.
Somewhere along the line, they accumulated $500,000 and is designated in their fund balance. And this year, we're just taking 10 out of that balance to fund them. So, we'll fund them for another 50 years
If
at
they
that
don't-
rate.
Well, you know, we've done a budget amendments of close to 94,000 for 2024.
On the 4-H.
You look at, yeah.
And can you tell what the 93,000 was?
You
Yes,
went
sir.
from 15,500 to
I'm looking
93,000.
at.
Probably more to it, just the budget.
I mean, I assume that was budget amendments from what we originally budgeted.
It was a reappropriation from a prior year.
Or something in particular?
Like, okay, so livestock, farm health, FCS, ECA, horticulture, farm city, farmers market, row crops, and voluntary ag. That was a reappropriation of 77,000. Special programming, user fees.
All right, let's go on to QSCB striking fund.
That's the Q-SCAB sinking fund. That's the money that we're putting aside, so when that debt comes due, we'll be able to make that, that payment. That's 2017, no, that's LOBS, excuse me, 2011 Q-SCABs.
I got a debt services upside down. What's that mean?
Like all my debts.
Where are you?
Like all my debts upside down.
And the next one is, but my debt service is upside down, my tab.
Oh.
I apologize.
But under debt service, that's not a good, that's not a good thing.
Let me go back to
Upside
the
down.
Q-SCAB. I got a question.
I'm
So,
sorry.
if I'm understanding you correctly, every year we set aside this amount of money into a fund that we hold.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, the entire debt's gonna be due, we're gonna take that money and pay off the US government.
You got it.
Are we able to collect interest off of this money?
That interest, I believe, let me look.
Don't it go back into that fund itself though?
But you should have an interest fund account. You have an interest account up there, right there.
So, I mean, I've seen
Doesn't
this
have
for
to
the
say.
last 12 years, so I know there's gotta be millions of dollars in here. And I would hope that we are able to collect a reasonable interest off of that.
It shows we did in 23, but not in 24 and 25.
Oh, shoot.
Now, I realize it's a school repayment for school construction, but, if you will, just check on that at a later time.
I sure will.
All right, thanks.
All right, we're on debt service fund.
Oh, we have a special fund for this now.
Yeah.
And just a reason the interest, like the 3,100 vacant in 2024 is because we don't know what the interest is so far.
We typically don't budget for it,
Okay.
not in this fund.
So the general fund's going to fund right at 6 million. And then the fund balance is appropriating 1.5 million.
That is correct.
The fund balance, is that coming from the sales tax that we, not sales tax, the property tax increase that we had for capital projects?
I'm looking at
Chip,
that.
you may be able to help me on that. Remember, we had some dollars that
Yeah.
was supposed to be set aside for our capital projects. And I assume, is that where the fund balance is coming from?
Yes, sir, definitely. I mean, we collected on that.
Right, right.
Should be there. Don't know if that's
that is
this
on
particular
19.
one.
And this is part of the fund balance appropriation that you had for balancing the budget?
So this fund is for, go back,
No.
do that again. This fund is to collect the 4.5 cents for the DSS
Health and
Yeah,
human.
yeah,
from
right.
jail.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's coming from that fund?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Everybody good?
Yes.
Take a break, we good?
I'm good.
All right, going to Wayne Community College.
So again, it's, our expense is gonna be 5.8 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
My fund, general fund.
Is that what we gave them this year, or is that?
We went up 200,000 on,
You're right.
their current expense line item.
We gave them additional 200,000 on their.
An additional 200,000?
In addition to the 600,000 that we were for capital.
Absolutely.
800.
That's, I know they would want more and could use, well, I felt like that was.
But we've got a board meeting tonight, and I just want to have my gun loaded.
Well, I think they'll be happy,
I'm sure Patty.
She's very complimentary of what we've done for them.
They just got 18 million from state, didn't they?
Yeah.
All right, we good?
Good.
Revaluation?
And reevaluation is going to take place when?
They're fixing it, they're
In
working
the
on it
process.
now.
fiscal year.
Do I know?
Tax rates will be adjusted next year,
So,
526.
this coming year. 25, the 24-25 budget.
One more.
One more year.
One more, 25, 26. You'll see the revenue come in
Correct.
20.
After this budget, yeah.
so,
The next budget will reflect a different tax revenue.
so when the tax bills come out in September, it'll be at the current valuation. The following tax bill, when it comes out, will be at the new valuation.
Right.
Because we'll have to establish that rate in our next budget.
Correct.
Okay.
The new rates are effective January 1, 25.
Correct.
That simplified it, didn't it? Thank you.
Ownership as of January.
So the reevaluation, we use, transfer from general fund and fund balance appropriation to put the revenue there, and then when the reevaluation comes, we put that money back to these accounts, or?
No, ma'am, so what we do, we budget so we can pay for all the cost, because it's expensive, obviously, to do a revow. So we have been putting money aside, basically transferring money over from the general fund in order to prepare for
Every year.
today.
Well, that's required every 8 years, but you can do it less if you want to.
That's required if you get.
Yes.
I mean, it's
So-
required every
Typically,
8.
I think this one's on a 7.
7, So basically, we've been saving, moving money into
do
this
for the
fund because our
reevaluation.
expenses are
Okay.
coming to fruition now.
Okay.
But if houses sell for 15, is it 15% more than what they're valued on your tax card? If you have so much of that, that's the reason you have to revow sooner, is that correct?
I'm not sure of the details on what dictates it.
By statute, there's a formula that the Department of Revenue uses, and if you fall within a certain category, that triggers an early revow.
And you say, if the general statute says every 7 years, or is it 8?
No, it's 8, but I think we
It's
did
every
this-
8 years for
8
us,
years,
but
but
we
you-
fell under that special
Okay,
provision
okay.
that he said.
But some counties do it less than 8.
Some kind
Because
of.
the values fluctuate so much, or go up higher, at a higher rate
I know
than we do.
Carter County is one of them, ain't it? Don't they do theirs every?
I don't think Wake County does theirs every year.
Some areas of Wake County are done even on a yearly basis.
We don't want to do Wake County.
No, no.
No, I mean, I was just asking for the information.
Asking for a friend. Just missing. All right, Department of Social Services.
Interesting.
Mr. Chair, I see in administrations that our county manager suggested we maybe do $12,941,000. Was there a reason for the change, even though the department wanted $11,959,000?
What'd you say again now?
I noticed that there's a figure for $12,941,632. However, the department seemed to request $11,959,000. Can you help me with that?
We can answer that, Chip. So with Department of Social Services, they get reimbursed 50 to 75% of their expenses. Keep in mind, they did not enter their salary study information. So when we entered the expense side, we added the revenue here
Okay,
to compensate for the reimbursement.
okay.
Okay. Do you have anywhere in here any revenue projected from the state regarding our new building?
So that is gonna come in, through, let's see if I can tell you, that is through indirect cost. And actually, it's gonna be in this line as well. The administrative line, majority of it will be in there. I don't think it has been anticipated here yet. It's been anticipated on the debt side.
Okay.
Because that's through, and that doesn't take effect until we occupy the building. That was actually in Davenport's presentation as well.
Okay, so you're accounting not in the department, but
Correct.
actually on the debt side?
Yes, sir.
As revenue that's coming in.
That's
offset.
right, because it's helping offset the debt.
And are you all projecting, and is Davenport projecting, or engineers or architects, how much of the building space is designated to DSS?
Initial estimation was 50/50.
50/50. Verify that, because I think it's more for DSS. I think we need to talk to the architects on that.
We did, because we designed a building based on that percentage.
That we're gonna get reimbursed, right. So the more of that we in fact can designate to DSS, the better off we're gonna be.
The staff count for DSS is 197, and we're increasing that by 3, so that's 199.
197.
197.
200, excuse me, 200.
And that was all,
And that's,
She doesn't do well, listen, she doesn't do well with small numbers.
No, it's the simple stuff. It trips me up every time. Y'all are working me hard.
so DSS is $21,473,809.45, is that right?
That's the revenue. And the revenue and the expense, yes, yes.
It's cost us 21, huh?
Say that again?
$21,473,809.45.
But what we have to look at is our, your transfers. The county is having to transfer 5.589 million. This is on page 145 that I'm looking at. Your transfer is 5.589 million. Plus, we're using 2 million of their fund balance.
what is their total fund balance? Correct.
Give me 1 minute. And this fund balance figure is as of 6/30/23. This is the audited fund balance. It's around 5 million,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Andy.
around 5 million.
So we're gonna take 2 million from that.
So total expenditures for DSS is
21,
473.
473, 809.45.
and then out of that, we get how much back from the state?
50 to 75. It depends on the program, the service.
Okay. And then the county is responsible for the 5,000 that we're transferring.
So the transfer that's coming over from the general fund is 5.5 million.
Million, yeah.
Does that fund balance build back up? I mean, you know,
Not
you're saying they
necess-
got 5 million now, and then,
Not necessarily.
and then the next year, we're gonna borrow again.
Right, it does fluctuate. Like last year, we added 1.6 back to it. It depends on your lap salaries, you know, and we do see, you know,
Cause that's not a lot in the fund balance, really, you know, for,
It stays about like that.
All right, so you indicated it's 5 million as of the end of
June.
last fiscal year.
That was the audited fund balance figure.
Can you give us the figure at a later time of what it is as of today? In other words, you would have accumulated 10 more months.
You spend it one.
Or you could have depleted it even.
I can work on that for you. I mean, it's not an exact science, because
Okay,
you're
that's
based
fine.
on projections,
But if you
revenue
give us that.
collections, lap salaries, so many variables, but I mean, I can do my best.
Okay, thank
So grants and all that come into play too, or not?
Not necessarily, because usually the grant funds that come in have an expense to offset it, so that's a wash.
Okay, all right.
this is just
All
cash
right,
building
any-
back up.
Any other questions? All right, public health. You all right?
The health department has 114 positions, full-time positions.
And here we've got the same thing here in regards to fund balance appropriated. What do they have in their fund balance, health department?
Okay.
Don't give out one day. Don't give out one day.
They had around 7 million.
That as of the same time,
Yes, sir.
6/30/23. 6/30/24, which one? It's 6/30/23, it ain't 6/30/24.
Lots of different revenue streams in that, in that department.
Okay.
But we don't get reimbursed on this one like we do DSS and health, correct? This is more grant
They have a
driven.
lot of grant, it's grant driven.
Right.
I'm not quite sure why they're not putting but $2,000 in their dental fees. I mean, I take it this was what they have, the departments put these numbers out. And so I'm just wondering why they only talk about $2,000.
Bring that up.
I was told that they had reactivated the dental lab and that, whatever,
And what?
it's just revenues.
Where's the
Which page
dental
are you
lab
on?
set up at now?
Kendall Shop.
156.
No, he was at a school.
I think it was 254,000.
It was at some school, I don't forgot what school they were at.
Are you looking around 156?
Looking at what?
What page are you on?
Page
B
156.
for
156.
dental on 156.
Okay, they have a separate fund for dental.
That comes from this part comes from the state. You have to go to 131-5193, which is page 203. And they've estimated another $254,000 of revenue.
Oh, okay.
That make you
What
feel
page
better?
was that again?
203.
203.
Yeah, hide.
I see we're projecting $150,000 for Blue Cross Blue Shield and Duke for revenue on 203. I see off 2024, we didn't have anything from Duke and Blue Cross.
Because we weren't operating the dental unit.
Okay, well, I didn't know.
Oh, no,
That's,
It's
that
been
is a
part-
grant.
Been
that they-
part several
Uh-huh.
years.
yeah, tires is dry right.
That's right.
around.
That's a grant.
That's been part of a while. Yes.
Any water or coffee?
Well, I asked them, did they want to take a break, and everybody
Be
said,
glad to bring it in while
y'all,
y'all keep
what y'all
going.
want? Y'all good?
Let's keep rolling.
Anybody want fresh air? You want coffee?
I want some ice
You want ice?
and water,
Anybody need water?
and water.
Tea? Water?
Water, please.
Well, I know I'm good. I know we joke about the dental lab. But
It's
again,
serious. It's-
do what?
It's a good amenity to have.
absolutely.
It's
Oh,
not.
absolutely.
It's not
When it's in use, yeah, it's absolutely.
I understand, but
Yeah.
you couldn't have it in use during COVID.
Yeah.
And then once they went to put it back in use, a lot of the dental had to be upgraded. But it's operating now. But you can see the revenue that it generates. And it generally, I mean, that last year that it was operating before COVID, I mean, it was bringing in $350,000 that helped our bottom line. So it's
How much
a
does it
revenue
cost?
producer.
How much does it cost us to operate it, you reckon?
I have no idea.
Let me ask you, can we use that for indigent care too? If inmates have an issue with it orally, can they use it?
I don't know why you couldn't, because,
That's a good point.
I mean, it's part of Wayne County's dental.
Absolutely.
That's a good point. Um,
Pull the teeth out.
But most of the revenue comes in because of Medicaid dollars.
It looks like your dental expenditures are $325,013.86.
Where you see that?
Page 205.
205?
That's your salary, wages, everything.
205.
Yep, there it is, 325.
I'm sure after running it a year and getting it back going, the revenues may go up, you know.
Yeah.
Show a realistic what we are looking at.
All right. All right, any other questions? All right, clear it out. Public schools. Does this count, WISH and pre-K? It counts everything except the, resource stuff.
That's correct.
Does not count the resource officers. That's another $1,029,000, right? Thereabouts.
Well, no, you gotta add 600,000 for the school, the base school.
That's in here.
That's in there.
That's in that 23?
Yes, sir, so I'll read it off. This includes your 110 for your pre-K services, the pre-K program, pre-K benefits, salary and bus. 200,000 for WISH, 600,000 for the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base School, 600,000 for technology, and $800,200 for the teacher supplement.
Oh, okay.
And then your mediation formula amount, the 21,000, 543,941.
What was that last one?
21 million.
543,941.
Well, why does it say 23 million here?
That's all those figures that I just read off to you total to the 23,854,000.
So we're giving them 23,854,000 plus the another, because the 700,000 for the, resource officer is included in the 23 million, correct?
No,
It's
that's
not.
separate.
That's separate.
All the way around?
Actually, it's $1 million that we're giving.
I'm talking the 700,000 from the grant, so that just, that's,
In my budget presentation, I detailed almost $1 million additional.
it's 1,029,000, but I'm just asking, so the 700-some thousand for the grant is not included, that's in the other part of it, okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't be included.
Right.
That's somebody else's money.
So that's 24, that's $25 million then, round figures, 24 and some change.
You're right, yes. Is there any funds that are not included in this 23 plus the 1 million school resource offices that we're not indicating here?
Well, we've already talked about the 2 million in capital.
Right?
We've already talked about the 1 million in SRO.
Right.
They also get fines and forfeitures, but that depends on, what comes in, and that's not county dollars per se. That's it.
So 2 million's over and above other than the resource.
Yes, sir.
So we're giving them $27 million.
Around 27.4 if you include everything. But that includes your fines and forfeitures amount, that's really not.
Well, I know it's not what they asked for, but it's
ain't far
it's a
off.
step in the right,
Close.
it's very close. And it's definitely a step in the right direction.
But I think we give them more than they've ever got, right?
Yes, sir.
Say that again.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Say it a little bit louder.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on to, or that's fines and forfeiture, we just talked about that. That's the 550 projected, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a projection.
Mm-hmm.
All right, roll on past that to, representative payee.
This is just a client account, based on an accounting rule where we just have to account for the funds. 205 is that the DSS?
That's the DSS clients that they have responsibility for.
Who?
DSS clients.
So this,
So that's the
there's no
ones that-
county funds in this.
This is the one that when we have people that we have to stay with, is that correct? Or-
Guardian ad litem.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got facilities in the new building to take care of this.
Could I go back to fines and forfeitures?
Yes, sir.
Fines and forfeitures are collected by the court system,
Yes, sir.
and then they give it to the county. And then the county turns around and gives it to the schools. They do not make a direct payment to the schools.
Does it pass through us or does
It passes through it. We get a check from them and then we.
And why would that be?
We charge an administrative fee.
Do we charge that administrative fee?
I'm messing.
I know, but I can't quite understand why they don't pay it directly to the schools.
I'm not sure, but by statute, that's in fact, the schools are entitled. So any bond forfeiture, the school board attorney.
Agreed.
pays that, so I'm not sure why it has to do with council.
Well, it's all on one check too. One massive check with other items.
Probably
Officer
with the
fees.
court fees.
Yeah, the court fees. It comes from the courts.
But everything else passes through,
Okay.
so why wouldn't that too?
Yeah.
It just makes sense. Probably easier to keep up.
I mean, it's one check from the court system, they collect everything, so that's
Makes sense, okay. Easier on them.
All right, back to the, representative payee, you see that was basically all DSS client. Okay. All right, then the next would be 911 restricted. The one that Wayne's.
Very restricted.
Now, that said, from my understanding earlier conversation, you said there was a little over $1 million we have in that account.
And we're using 464.
So that means that next year, we're not gonna get any allocation either.
Probably not.
Well, it's kinda like, ARP funds. The sooner you spend them down, the better off you are. So is there in fact other allowable expenditures?
But basically now they tell you what you can and can't spend it on.
I agree.
And based on what Chip said, they change it 3 or 4 times a year.
And you
But
have
we-
to be careful, because if you go by it, you submit the expenditure report, then they'll kick it back and say it's our responsibility. If you remember the last couple of months, I've had to do a couple budget amendments to put the expense back on us that they said would be allowable.
Y'all get that in writing?
Yes, sir, we have in the past. It hasn't happened to me, but I remember prior conversations.
So if y'all get it in writing and then we do it and then you submit the stuff and they say no?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how they can do that.
They can do just
All
about
right, they
anything they
can,
want
but
to.
still, that's,
They have in the past.
go ahead.
You know, they watch county commissioner meetings and they, you know,
But they know
they make the
who-
rules up several times a year.
Oh, so they know who to throw the
I've
darts
made them
at.
mad before, and
We just need to keep our mouth shut.
Mr. Woods was here.
Yeah, they done scolded me one time.
Yeah.
They're kinda like
And I think
NASCAR.
that's the same time we're remembering.
They're kinda like NASCAR, they can change the rules right in the middle of a race.
All right, we'll move on.
All right. Fire district funds, they just changed them again, so. Fire district rule, fire district, fund.
So there's a fund per fire district, and we have laid at your desk the 6 fire departments that have requested
Is it 6 or
increases,
4?
along with their justifications.
I want to make a comment here. All of these requests does keep it under the 8 cent. Some of them, is justifiable, but a couple of them, I really got a problem with their justification. Are we being recorded?
Yeah.
I'll be careful in, but I just, I don't have a problem with going up on the tax rates, but I just, I got heartburn over a couple of the justifications. I just don't think it's necessary, but I do whatever the rest of the board wants, but I've talked to at least one of the departments, and they said that, you know, if they didn't get quite what they had requested, there won't be no heartburn with them, but, you know, it's, as long as they stay under the 8 cent, and they got no choice but to do that, I won't express all my feelings, but I just.
What have we done in the past? I mean, it was,
Well, normally, we've been going up a penny. I don't remember since I've been on this board. We may have, but I don't remember going up over a penny when a request comes in.
well, there's some's been asked for more than that, but they agreed to a penny or,
Well,
and look at another one down the road.
at least one of these has agreed to it with me. But, you know, if we're gonna slap one on the wrist and not the rest of them, that's not gonna be fair either. I mean, we've got to treat them all the same.
But what I'm saying is, in the past, I know a neighboring department from ours that asked for 2 cent and they were given 1.
Well, you're right. The chief called me and said they needed 2 cent, and times was tough then too. And I talked to him and I told him, I said, look, I said, I'm pretty sure we can get you a penny.
That was a merger too now.
Yeah, well, this was.
Prior to a merger,
Yeah,
it was coming.
yeah, I think this might have been, about the time of the merger. And, they wanted 2 cent, and I said, well, you know, I can just about guarantee you a penny, but I can only speak for one board member. I said, it's gonna be a little bit harder to sell the 2 cent than it is 1. And, so the fire chief agreed that they would settle for 1 cent. And I did exactly what I told him I'd do. The next year, I called him back and told him, I said, look, we agreed on a penny last year. Do you think you need that other penny now? And he said, no, I think we've been in pretty good shape. And so, he was being honest with me.
Well, what I'm saying is we set a precedence as a penny. So is that something that we need to kind of stick with, or do we need to?
Mr. Chairman, I agree. That's basically been our unwritten rule. That is not to jump it that large. Stick with a penny as the maximum increase on an.
I mean, we got one that has asked for a half a penny. I don't have and I don't have a problem with giving them all what they want, but I just, there's nowhere in writing that a penny has always been given them, but that's kind of been, that's what we've done, and
That half cent.
I mean, I don't want to take the fire service off because they're providing a service that the county can't afford. But then again, it's our responsibility to look after the taxpayers also.
So that half cent is taking that one department to 8 cents. They're
Right,
7.5 now,
right,
they're going to 8 cents.
Right. I mean,
fire equipment is very, very, very expensive. And
Yeah.
I alluded to the other day that when I was the chief, we built that new building, added on to the building, we spent $1.4 million on the building for 3 days.
Well,
Kitchen and all, and we bought 2 fire trucks for $1 million, 2 fire trucks, and then 6 years later, we bought 2 more for $1 million, and now the last one we bought was $825. Just one truck.
We got one, and I'm not gonna start calling names on the department. We got one that, they want to build a substation. There is not a department in the county that needs a substation. That is absolutely ridiculous. They also got in it for a new tanker. They need the tanker. But a substation is, far as I'm concerned, that is absolutely out of the question.
But the ones that merged, the districts has got to have a substation to cover their district.
Well, one of these,
But this one does
one
not.
of these departments, and I'm on that department, has asked for a penny. And there's more reasoning to that than, you know, the department that they're merging with was at 8 cents. The department I'm on was at 7 cents. And to make the merger work, they both got to be the same. And, you know, if the department that's merging with us couldn't, they lost district in an adjacent county and took about a fourth of their money. So, you know, if they couldn't operate on what was coming in, Nahunta can't absorb it all. And so that was the reason, the two reasons is that for the new district, they've got to be the same. And also, and it's almost unfair for Nahunta to have to go up to 8 cents. But the money's got to come from somewhere. But the people that actually live in the old Nahunta district is the ones that's really sacrificing. But those people in the northwest corner deserve the same fire protection that everybody else gets.
I'm referring to the substation, that a comment you made about the substation.
Well,
When the districts, wait a minute, when the districts merged, like New Hope merged with East Wayne, they had to have a substation because they absorbed another district.
Right.
So that, in that situation, a substation is warranted or needed.
Oh,
to
yeah,
provide the same
yeah.
district. But what you're saying, in a district that is not merged with anybody, doesn't need a substation, what you're saying.
Exactly.
I just want to make that clear.
And with the Polly Watson deal in Nahunta, there was a sticky point that they didn't have a clear deed. But the family that donated the land has agreed that, they will take it, that the land and building reverts back to them if it's quit being used for a fire station. Well, it's not gonna be quit being used for a fire station, so they've agreed to give us a clear deed.
Okay, so are we saying that we want to, look at just doing the 1 cent increase?
A maximum of 1 cent. Those that, had requested, less than 1 cent, approved that, but up to a 1%.
So basically, you go 1 cent or up to 8 cent, like in New Hope situation.
Right.
It's there at 7.5, they would go to
They
8.
would go to 8.
Right.
Those that have requested less than
Right.
1 cent,
Right.
approve those,
But they won't
and
be-
the other
I
ones
don't
up
think
to a
there was-
maximum of
I
1
don't
cent.
think there was one, but that would take it to 8.
Okay.
All right, everybody good with that? Yeah. All right, let's go to street lights. I guess this is just a fund.
Yeah, it is, and it just passes right through.
So are these the lights out at,
Some subdivision.
out at Lane, at Fallen Brook?
Former annexed area of the city.
$20,000 for them lights? No kidding.
And all they had to do is just go hook them back up, because the lights were already there.
All right, street assessments, which would be in the Canterbury Village, Adler Lane, Top, North Creek.
We did that project several years ago. Is it moving pretty smooth? I mean, they got to pay their taxes and all. Is it running pretty smooth?
A lot of them's paid it back already, hadn't they? But they've sold their houses, all this selling stuff they've had going on, they've already paid a lot of it back.
Okay, all right.
Any questions on that? Solid waste. Here.
Solid Waste has 25 full-time staff.
25,
Yes, sir.
is that gonna cover when the garbage truck comes in?
You say
By the way,
25?
I did find out that they are expecting the garbage truck to, get here by the end of the week.
Oh, really? We'll have it parked in the parking lot next.
Yeah, we want to see it next.
At the end of the week.
And empty, unused.
That's right.
That's got, you say 25 full-time employees?
Yes, sir.
How many part-time do you know?
I can look that up for you.
They just want to see the tires armor all at one time.
And if you would also look up what their fund balance is, I see none is appropriated.
No, sir.
And let me know at some point.
With their fund balance, that is accumulating in order to close the sale and,
That's correct. Well, obligation to
Yeah.
open a new sale.
correct.
You have to close sales and open sales. That was part of the reason for increasing their user fee at the landfill, was to help supplement that fund balance.
Okay.
Becoming more and more
Let,
expensive every day.
let everybody know that don't realize, and I was like blown away, how much it costs to close one, how much it costs to open one.
I remember the exact.
It was $1 million
An
per acre
Yeah, to close.
close one. $1 million an acre to close one. How big is that sale out there right now? 33 acres?
Sounds right.
So
the
33
one that's
times
open.
1 million
Just to
equals
close it. Then you
33
gotta open
million.
another one.
Yeah. That's the
Correct.
reason for that compactor that they kept talking about. They compacted,
Right.
so we don't have to open and, close one. We won't have to close one, I don't think.
He's
But somebody will.
He's prepared and anticipating, yeah.
Right. What, this year?
No.
Oh, let's fix it.
This is why you go up on your money before you need it.
And that's another reason we need to really push this recycling also, because, what we recycle doesn't go in the landfill. It goes to the landfill, but then it leaves. And that makes a big difference too. And some people just could care less about the recycling,
Well,
but
some of the
but I'm
recycling-
sold on it.
Some of the recycling we're doing, we're actually losing money on, but it's actually saving us
Space in the
space in the
landfill.
landfill, so.
You know what I would like for one of our goals to be? In every other state, they have recycling based on the bottles, plastic bottles, can bottles, where citizens bring their own bottles in, they get a nickel or dime or whatever. They have machines all over. That would save North Carolina a whole lot of trash that you're seeing on the highways. That's something that I think would be great if we get our legislators to, to do something like that.
Well, if you look at a lot of your soft drinks and all, some of the states, it tells you how much that they charge. I know like Connecticut and some of the ones up in the northeast.
10 cents.
It's on the container, what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, if these bottles right here get any thinner, you won't have to worry, we won't have to hold them. When you open them up and they spill water all over the place.
And again, just for the public information out there, $7 million annually to operate our landfill. So you see these convenience sites and so forth. I mean, it's an expensive process just to operate it on an annual basis, $7 million.
Okay, I know that, some of the recycles that we may not be making anything, but at least we'll break it even hopefully. But, on your tax notice, each residence, what is it, $45? I guess that's considered income, right? That offsets.
Yep.
Yeah.
Revenue.
So with that 7 million being spent, how much, what's the revenue?
Your total revenues?
Yes.
Can you tell that, Angie?
That's that's 7 million as well.
Total
Okay,
of 7 million in revenues with no fund balance transfer.
So we don't have any,
Yeah, that's correct.
Is it Operation 6, what is that? 6.6?
the landfill's enterprise.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
What's other is enterprise? Anything else is just a landfill?
Maxwell Center, airport, and the landfill. Sewer was, but sewer in this current proposed budget will not be.
The general fund.
Yeah. But those are the only ones.
All right, we good with that?
It's always been
Speaking
all
of
the
sewer.
general, enterprise fund.
We just flowed uphill, all right. 47, 950.
Oh, we on sewer.
Yes, sir. 227 to 229. Actually, 230.
How did the county get into sewer business?
Well, we didn't get it deep enough. don't
It
look
started as a sewer
At
line for
Marmac.
economic development, for a couple of businesses, and it kind of
Ballooned from there.
expanded from there, and other things were tied into it, and then the requirement of the landfill had to be on sewer, and just
Is that a gravity
kind
line?
of morphed into. No,
Is that
it's
a gravity,
pressure line.
this pressure line from Dow Jones? Okay.
It's part pressure, part gravity, depends on where you're at.
Well, still, from what I'm seeing here, still there is a almost $48,000 deficit because you're having to appropriate $47,950
That's out of its own fund balance.
from the fund balance.
Yeah, out of its fund balance.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But the point is that we are anticipating a loss going beyond the revenues projected.
That's because the,
Mr. Daughtry, we've got that loan payment.
yeah.
So if you didn't have that loan payment, you wouldn't have to have the fund balance appropriated.
I thought you moved it out.
Not
No.
yet, we won't be able to reflect it until
next
July 1st, so we had to still, it still has to show in 628, but we plan on moving it all July 1st. into
How much is,
1/10.
how much is the payment?
That's this budget. But that is this budget.
It is, but we don't have the funds set up yet to officially move it.
Okay, whatever. So you're gonna do a budget amendment.
Right.
Yes, and
Okay,
we got
all
to set up that account structure.
So how much is the payment?
The payment is 80,000, principal, and 48,280 interest.
So $128,000, 129.
We are anticipating, because of the hike in the Goldsboro sewer rates, going up on these sewer charges as well.
Let me have those numbers again. Total of what?
129, he said.
129?
Ish, yeah. And we got 47 in the hole for 48. So that's about 80 grand, right?
Yeah.
It'd be about
So you
80 grand,
anticipating
pretty
about
good.
$80,000.
Pretty good, round figures.
Now, wouldn't it be reasonable to have some charge to the sewer fund? Because facilities is actually doing all of the bookkeeping for the sewer fund. And they're, what?
So the staffing, we have one employee whose time is spent, split between facilities and the sewer fund.
Okay, so you do have that charge in here. Indirect cost?
Indirect cost,
Salary,
yes.
salary and wages.
That's good enough then. So the sewer fund is paying for some of its administrative work.
That's correct.
How much more do we owe on the loan? What is the loan balance?
I'll have to look that up for you, Ms.
Okay, I
Acock.
was just wondering.
That's part of the piece that went to Grantham School.
Yeah, I think that was around $2 million project, wasn't it? 2 million?
I think it was more than that.
I did.
Yeah, because
It was originally.
we ended up with land that we couldn't use.
McAllister Lynn.
All right, here comes Bevan's favorite, the jet port.
Are we done with the sewer?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
We done with sewer? Everybody done with sewer? All right. Jetport.
2 full-time employees.
And 2 part-time, right?
Yes, sir.
In transfers, we transferred in 2024, revised 483,000.
That's correct.
And then fund balance was appropriated 400,000.
That's correct.
And for 2025, we're estimating 75,000.
That's correct.
Was that reflected of a grant
I'm not sure what you're asking.
on where the money was transferred in.
Yes, sir, that was most likely the 10% match on some of the grants.
That's the 900,000, not, well, 890, yeah. 891.
That's when we did,
I mean, the grants are saying grants are, that's, we have to break down what all the grants are, but I'm just looking at the transfers, that's it.
I think that's the 10% match on some of it, not all of it.
I mean, it's still money and it's still coming out of still getting transferred. So even at the end of the day, it's still a negative because you're having to transfer it over because it's not enough money to cover it out of the money made from the Jetport.
What was do you know what the grants received? Is it in here, the grants received?
well, it's right up here at the top. In 23, we got 2,500,000.
Oh, I see it now, okay.
And in 24, it was 2,100,000. So that's 4.6 million.
So we're not anticipating anything for 25?
No, ma'am. We'll do reappropriations for them once we know how much is left on them.
That's 4.6 million, and transferred over those 2 years was $1 million.
That'd be about a 20%.
20%?
Huh?
You said 20%? You
Well,
got 25%.
Huh?
You got 25%. You got 4 million.
That's 4.6 million, and it's about around $1 million, so 20% would be what, 920,000? Yeah.
A little over. So 21, 22%.
Was the fund balance thing, was it put in to cover account number 53-5100 for a building? Because that was for $77,950. Is that why we put it in there, or that we need it? Is what kind of building are we doing?
Was that the hangar?
I don't think there's any building here.
Well, you got a building fund on expense, 63-24530.
Oh, under expense.
That shouldn't have made it in here quite that quick.
Well, that's what I was wondering, you know,
But
what kind
let
of
me
building
check.
were we?
I'll find you an answer.
Where are you seeing that?
What number you on?
Are you on page 234,
Okay.
535100 fund? It's kind of in the middle of the page. You'll see it's $77,950.
Oh, that's for,
Repairs
their
and
need-
maintenance.
Mhm, to the hangar doors.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's repair and maintenance.
Okay,
So next year, what we did today, I'll say next year, is that'll be, ain't no way they can get it done between now and July. So the fence, that's $3-point-something million we got in the grant, we paid out 335, it's gonna be in.
That will come in later. yeah.
So it will be added to this year's budget, and most likely we won't have enough time to receive any revenue, so we will reappropriate all of the revenue, and then
Next.
whatever expenses we
Got it.
have left to spend.
Got it.
well, I noticed we basically doubled our repair maintenance for the building, you know.
We have trouble with the doors, the hanger, the way the doors are rolled on the roller
They're like
mechanism.
them old style, shop doors, it's got little track on the top of them.
And the
They
bottom,
rust and they check,
That's fine, I just wondered.
yeah, that's what I'm saying is they don't match up the best of the world sometimes.
I know we, you know.
And the problem we have is, we couldn't find any contractor to come in and repair them. I mean, this has been going on for years, and we finally have found someone that is coming in and doing some repairs on it. But I mean, there were a number of occasions they couldn't even open the doors to get the plane out or in.
Door fell off.
One fell off, you're right, it hit the plane.
Fell off.
But that was fun.
He didn't think so. He was playing.
Imagine they did, I wouldn't either.
All right, everybody good with the?
I do want to point out one thing here. I'd be remiss if I didn't. I want everyone to look at the transfer from the general fund. That's down now to $75,000 on an annual basis. We have moved over the last 4 years of trying to get that to zero. We have not accomplished that yet, but we're working in that direction.
You're on the right track.
So, quick question. I want to make sure the 300,000 that we're doing for the fence, that's gonna be where?
In the grant expenditure line item, which would be on page 235. You'll see it's zero now. So the 300, the county, the 10%, it will show there plus the grant amount. So it'd be the total project amount, the $3 million, including the match, will show here.
Okay, so now if we go back, then that number, that 75,000, that will be subject to change, correct?
It'll be 14.
So what will happen, that it won't be the transfer figure, but the fund balance figure will go up to accommodate that reappropriation.
Okay, but either way, that's still
Yes.
going up, so it won't be 75,000 for that year. It'll be almost
Because we've got to roll,
400 and some
we've got to
thousand.
roll what you approved today into
Yes.
next year.
Gotcha.
About 410. Yep.
Because you appropriated $300,000 of fund balance today.
But
So
we're
we-
getting $3 million in grants.
Correct.
All right, Maxwell Center.
Wait a minute, one more question on the airport. The new fence, I think I heard you or somebody say that Kendall had requested to not put it on the line so it could get on both sides and keep it clean, and the feds.
I spoke to Brandon about that, and Brandon said it will be moved in.
Okay, all right, because that's part of the problem is where the fence is at now, the vines all grows on it, and the wind messes it up, so, you know, if there's any way we can get it where the maintenance on that fence will be easier for him to maintain, the fence is gonna last a whole lot longer.
He called me about something else, and I asked him about that, and he said that was the purpose, was to pull it in. So,
Okay, well, I didn't know because I had heard that
Well, that was
the grant money says it had to be on the line, so.
That's according to Brandon. about a
Okay,
week ago.
all right, well, quite sure he's checked into it.
I think what they've done is they've done a variance on it because of the issue.
Okay,
Because it's so wet out there on that right-hand side,
right.
you can't maintain it. All right, Maxwell Center.
Maxwell Center has 9 full-time staff.
So under the Maxwell on 236, that's a transfer of 1.6 million.
How much of that is the payments on the loan? Or is it?
Yeah, it's towards the loan, it's in there. I seen it a few minutes ago.
Oh, 666, okay. So that'll be seen on page 240. The principal and interest payment is $980.
You said 980, so that's still 700,000.
Yes.
So that's still, a $700,000 cost net to us. However, you've got, under indirect cost, you've got almost $1 million in indirect cost. 548,000, 922,533, what is that?
Indirect cost is the cost that that is associated with all of the departments that support him. For instance, county manager, staff attorney, facilities, finance. It's a way to charge that department for the cost that is associated with running the facility.
So we're paying ourselves.
I mean, we discussed that before, so, I mean, it's what you have to do, to keep everything separate and lined up, so it's not even a question. I mean, it's still 700,000 regardless. I mean, you're doing that for other departments as well, it's not just this department that has to do that. Every department has to go through that.
Seems like $922,000, almost $1 million for indirect costs seems a little high.
I mean, look at how big that building is and what all the stuff you have to do over there. That's a lot. I mean, just maintenance alone and grass cutting. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. IT. It's a lot.
We do pay an actuary to compute all this for us.
All right, it is what it is.
Any other questions? Capital outlay.
We did that one.
We did. Already done that one.
Workers' compensation.
Only question I have on that is what is the fund balance?
I'll look that up for you.
Because you all did not increase the rate on that.
That department's got 1,100 employees.
Covers 1,100 employees.
Do what?
Might cover 1,100
That's what I
employees.
thought.
That has around 600.
Around 600,000?
Yes, sir.
Has that gone down dramatically over the last few years, or you don't have that report right there?
Let me see what it,
It went down to about $300,000 from
we dropped
24.
around 200,000 last year, so that did dwindle last year. So we were around, 800.
Okay.
Jumps around.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Any more questions on that one? Hospitalization. But actually, this one is actually maintained, or come down a little bit, hasn't it?
It didn't go up a whole lot.
Okay.
Keep in
Unlike some
mind, the
years.
nurse is in there now.
But not going up a whole lot, then.
And I
Looks
think
like
you've
the
got a
nurses-
fund balance on that as well.
That went down as well. The balance of that is about 1.5 million.
And how much did that go down?
It dropped to 70.
270? Okay.
So is our safety program, risk management, is that helping any?
Actually, I yesterday that positions pay for its salary twice.
Don't tell him.
Already, just because there's one person.
Don't tell him.
Don't tell him that. All right. Then you got your Davenport, and they went over that the last, meeting. So I think that's everything.
That is, you're complete.
And now we don't have to come back tomorrow. Sorry that had to stay.
Yeah, 'cause I got a doctor's
Still
appointment.
love All right,
And Mr. Chairman, for clarification, we can review all of this, and at our next meeting, which is June 4th, I think, we are going to have a public hearing on the budget. And before adoption, we'll have some discussion if there's any additional modifications.
Right.
But we could, in fact, adopt this on,
After the public hearing.
after the public hearing.
Yep. All right, guess what? we've got our video able to roll, so we can roll the video. I just told him to roll the video, Joe.
Give us a movie as we're leaving, huh?
Where's the popcorn?
It's back there in the back. When the non-commercial.
Well, ag is the #1 driver of finances here in the county, so it's huge in Wayne County. It's #1. There's not many people who it doesn't touch, whether it's a truck driver, a farmer. I mean, it's critically important to our community and to us. We love it, and we love our way of life.
Wayne County, North Carolina, food isn't just a meal, it's a way of life. Join us as we uncover the journey of food from farm to table, highlighting the vital role agriculture plays in our community. In the early days, Wayne County farmers were raising hogs, cultivating cotton, growing rice, and tending to cattle. But as the late 1800s rolled in, tobacco took center stage, becoming a major force in our local economy. By the mid to late 1900s, the livestock industry surged ahead, particularly with turkey and hog production leading the way. Today, our agriculture scene is vibrant and ever-changing. Wayne County farms boast a diverse array of crops, from turkeys, hogs, and chickens to tobacco, sweet potatoes, timber products, peanuts, cotton, corn, wheat, soybeans, watermelons, and a host of vegetables, all reaching markets worldwide. Wayne County's agriculture sector is a powerhouse, contributing over $1 billion to our local economy annually. With 551 farms spread across the county, agriculture plays a significant role, occupying 75% of Wayne County's total land area. This farmland and robust farming community have positioned Wayne County as the 4th largest agricultural county in North Carolina, and according to Farm Futures magazine, Wayne County ranks as the 5th best county in the entire United States for farming. It all begins here, on our local farms. Generations of farmers work tirelessly to cultivate the freshest produce and raise the finest livestock, ensuring that quality and tradition remain at the heart of our food. We sat down with 3 generations of the Overman Farms family to help tell the story of agriculture in Wayne County.
I actually started farming at age 14 when my grandfather retired. He rented me his farm. My daddy loaned me some money. I put in a crop, and in the fall when I sold the crop, I paid my granddaddy his rent, paid daddy his money back, and I took what was left and made a payment on a tractor. So that's when I really started. So I've been very blessed by having a family that was rooted in farming. When Lorinda and I got married in 1982, my goal was to try to buy back farmland that had been, through generational transfer had been taken out of the farm, but our goal was to try to buy some of that back and put it back into the original farm, and we've been able to do right much of that over the past 40 years. So you think back through the history, a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice. There's been tough times you've had to deal with, and there's been good times, but and it's also a great place to raise a family.
I really enjoy the fact that it's never the same twice. Every day is different. You don't tell time by the calendar, you tell time by seasons. You have your planting season, your growing season, your harvest season. Your repair and maintenance season would be your winter time. I was a biology major, so animals and growing things fit right into that. But I was not raised on the farm, so I really had a big learning curve when we got married. But I love it. I love it. And to me, it's really the most important industry there is. Without agriculture, none of us would be here.
Ag is the #1 driver of finances here in the county, so it's huge in Wayne County. It's #1. There's not many people who it doesn't touch, whether it's a truck driver, a farmer. I mean, it's critically important to our community and to us. We love it, and we love our way of life.
All farms are run by a family or an individual, and some of them are large, some of them are small, depending on what they're growing and how many people they employ. So you've got, in North Carolina, even in Wayne County, you've got some farms that would be considered a large-scale farm. they're growing thousands and thousands of animals. If it's a poultry situation, they may even have millions of birds on their farm. And then you have some people who have a backyard flock. But all agriculture has to be local. If you're living in an area that does not have agriculture, you're going to live in an area that has to bring your food in from somewhere else. And being dependent on food to come from somewhere else is not a situation that I want to live in. I think that in America, we really take for granted that we are food independent, that so much of our food is grown right here in our country, right here in our state, and right here in Wayne County.
Agriculture is more than just growing food for you and me. It's also important that we have good quality feed for our livestock. That's where local feed providers come in. Wayne County has had some major players in the feed industry, from Goldsboro Milling to Coker Feed Mill. Today, Coker Feed Mill is operated by third-generation owners who are committed to serving the small farms and agricultural communities of North Carolina. Opening in 1949, Coker Feed Mill works with local farms to purchase corn and other ingredients that make up their diverse line of animal feeds. These ingredients are processed into animal feed daily to ensure the freshest food is available for customers to deliver to their animals. Now that we know where the feed comes from, we head back to the farm to see this high-quality nutrition being used to grow livestock in Wayne County. Let's meet 9-year-old Wade Robertson. Wade is the 8th generation to work at Overman Farms, and he starts every day by taking care of his pigs and cows. As you can see, agriculture is in his blood.
First thing I do is I go out and I feed my 2 bottle calves that I've been feeding. And then I eat breakfast and get my schoolwork done. And then I try to get done with school about 2:30, 1 o'clock. And then I like to go help my dad or work with my 2 steers that I've been bottle feeding.
The fact that he wants to continue to farm, that drives me every day to continue to grow our farm and make sure that it'll be here for him and be large enough to support him and his family, or any of our children and their families. Because you see a lot of smaller farmers having to go out, so you have to continually be trying to grow and diversify your operation so that there will be something for the next generation. So that's a lot of responsibility, but it's something that me and Betsy are striving to do, so that if our children want to be part of it, that they'll have the opportunity to do so.
So you're not forcing them?
No, not forcing them.
He just wants to do it.
He loves it. Yeah, he wakes up every day and he wants to get his schoolwork done and then come on the farm, which is just I mean, it's great as a dad. I'm so proud of him. He drives me a lot of times. I'm like, Wade, I think we're going to wrap it up for the day. And he's like, no, Dad, we need to go do this and that and that. He's always wanting to get out there and work and improve what we're doing.
And you'd like to be able to pass it down and see that it's going to be taken care of and kept going, and that's very rewarding, and I'm very excited about that. He understands. At an early age, he understands what's involved.
I'm really enjoying now watching our daughter and her husband and now our grandson show interest in continuing. No one gets to the farming level without standing on the shoulders of the generation before them. First generation farmers have it really hard trying to scrape out, their little corner in the agricultural world. But if you've got the shoulders of the generation before you to stand on, that's very helpful.
Local family farms are crucial to agriculture and putting food on our tables. But agriculture supports so many other businesses in Wayne County. Businesses like Mount Olive Pickle. From a modest beginning in 1926, Mount Olive has grown to manufacture the best-selling brand of pickles in the Southeast and the best-selling brand of pickles in the country.
Agriculture really means everything to Mount Olive. We produce about 240 million jars of pickles, peppers, and relish annually. So it takes a lot of cucumbers and peppers to do that. So we get about 300 million pounds, and a third from North Carolina specifically. We are the best-selling brand of pickles, peppers, and relish in the country. So we ship some out of the country. We've just started shipping to Costco in Canada, and we send some to military commissaries outside the U.S. as well. We actually have our products in a lot of local businesses. Brian Roberts at R&R Brewing uses our kosher dill spears with sea salt to make his Pickletown lager. A lot of the food trucks that attend various events at restaurants, they use our Mount Olive products. We try to make sure that we're able to get our products in local stores as well as in the grocery store. They're accessible to anyone. Of the 300 million pounds of cucumbers and peppers we get, a third of those come from North Carolina. A significant portion come from the Goldsboro area. We work with the growers. Our procurement team offers seed development assistance, land use, and things like that. But we buy from growing stations. The one in Wayne County, we get about 500,000 bushels of cucumbers and peppers that are all grown here in Wayne County.
Wayne County is proud to host a number of locally owned businesses that contribute to feeding people across the country. Alta Foods in Goldsboro has emerged as an industry frontrunner, with their products available in over 2,000 supermarkets and in thousands of restaurants. Fun fact, Alta Foods plays a significant role as a supplier to the United States military, specializing in the production of flour tortillas incorporated into MREs.
The great thing about the business we're in is we make tortillas. So, when people see me and say, well, how's business? My response is always the same, which is everybody has to eat. And so the product we make is a fairly low-cost product. So really for us, we love for the economy to be good because everybody benefits. But even when the economy is not as good, what we're selling is not very expensive and people are going to eat. So we believe here that, if we care about what we're doing, we run an efficient operation so that our operating costs are in line with the industry. If we make quality products, if we formulate and sell the types of products that people want right now, whether that is low carb or whether that's whole wheat or whether that's fajitas or burritos or whether that's chips. As long as we do that, there's really not an end to what we can do. There were over $20 billion of tortillas and chips sold in the U.S. last year. So I assure you, we didn't sell anywhere close to 20 billion. So we get up every morning knowing that if we do what we're supposed to do, there's a customer out there that we don't have. So the object is to try to get a new one before we quit at the end of the day.
Wayne County ranks number 2 in the state of North Carolina for turkey production. Maxwell Foods, the parent company of Butterball Turkeys, is the largest producer of turkey products in the United States.
Well, Butterball's been making quality products now for over 70 years. And without the agriculture industry, none of it would be possible. It all starts with quality grains that are brought into our local feed mills. They make the feed that we use to feed our turkeys. And we have contract growers that grow those turkeys up to an age where we bring them into our manufacturing plant. A lot of those contract growers are right here in Wayne County and in other counties right around the process plant in Mount Olive. Most people know us for Thanksgiving holiday, the Butterball turkey, Christmas as well, but we've got a great line of other products, fresh products such as turkey sausage, burgers. You can find us in local restaurants, local grocery stores here, but we're big deli and food service providers as well. Right here locally, a lot of people would get a good sandwich from a Jersey Mike, a Subway, a Honey Baked Ham, or some that people really know, but you can find us in Food Line again. You can find us at Walmart, a lot of fresh products there, but also food service. You'll find us in a lot of schools, institutions, a lot of venues like that where we may send our products to a food service distributor like US Foods or Cisco or someone like that.
Wayne County remains a leader in the state for swine production. In 1975, a new kind of store opened in a small rural community of Wayne County, offering fresh pork products directly to the community. Today, Nahunta Pork Center is the largest retail center of its kind, not only in the Goldsboro area, but in the entire eastern United States. They stand true to their core values, producing the best pork products in a friendly, down-home atmosphere. After food is processed and distributed, it ends up in homes and restaurants across the country, including so many great restaurants here in Wayne County. During Foodie Week, we celebrate local restaurants that work so hard to provide quality meals to patrons. Agriculture plays a major role in providing fresh, quality ingredients that you enjoy when you're out to eat in town. Food service is an entirely separate industry that needs agriculture to survive. It's important to know where your food comes from and to know that farmers work so hard to ensure food is available to eat.
I think it's very good for the community to see the connect. I do. They feel good about knowing where their food comes from and that it's being done in the right way. The further we go now, the further that the average population gets away from that, and they don't understand what's involved. You know, you think about it, it takes 18 months to grow a steak. It takes 9 months to grow a pork chop. It's a lot of work, a lot of commitment, and I think the more you can do to get the consumers connected to that and to understand it, I think it helps that relationship between rural and urban even more.
There's a real chance that when we sit down at Carlin Shelves and Betsy has a pork chop, that it could be one of the animals that we raised. And that means a lot because we take pride in it, and we know that that animal has been well taken care of and looked after. So we don't question it because we feel completely safe eating it and consuming it. And that goes for not just the pork, but everything that's grown in Wayne County.
It just adds another layer of confirmation how important agriculture is, because it's real easy to order a hamburger and not wonder where it came from. But if the menu says locally sourced or grown in North Carolina, then that adds another layer of how dependent we are on agriculture for daily life.
So I think it gives you a connection to that farmer. It gives you a small glimpse into what they do, what is required to put food on your table so that you can go do another job that you enjoy and not have to worry about where your food comes from.
As we've explored, agriculture plays a vital role in shaping our daily lives. Together, let's embrace and celebrate the bounty of our local agriculture. Support your local farmers. Support your local restaurants. Because by supporting them, we support ourselves.
You all were the keynote sponsors as we push the blending of agriculture in restaurants to show farm to table. And the chamber liked the idea and went for it, and Joel and Trent did this magnificent video.
It really is first class.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all.
Talented people.
Absolutely. I appreciate y'all staying and supporting them and their efforts. Like I say, a couple of times that either somebody didn't have the right cord or they didn't have, or they couldn't get the volume to work. But anyway,
Unfortunately, they didn't
conquer,
get to play.
they overcome. So anyway, appreciate y'all staying. Though it's late today, it's really messed up my timing or my average, but so meeting adjourned.